Truth, Angels and Demons, Book 3. Written by Megan Linsky. Narrated by Candace Joyce and Maria Posey. Chapter 1. Cassia. Some people say the truth is twisted, that it can be a lie, that the truth is unique and individual to every person, that the truth is what you make it. They're wrong. I've been in a place where the lines between right and wrong are clearly visible. Yeah, there are gray areas, more than I can count. But when you've got real, ugly evil staring you right in the face, you can't deny it, because you know exactly what it looks like. Only fools can say otherwise. This is one of those times. I think I'm going to be sick, I tell Cairo as we crouch behind an outcropping of bushes hidden within the Porcupine Mountains. The two of us gaze down at what I can only describe as some sort of concentration camp. Humans are ferried in long, thin lines, marching around various sections of the camp, which contains fields and factories. We've been watching them for a few days now. The routine inside the camp is always the same. Food, work, food again, more work, mandatory exercise, an hour of recreational activities approved by Roman always, before a religious service, dinner, and then bed. It's a perfectly balanced day for a human being, with no free will whatsoever. The people inside the camp don't mind. This is what they signed up for after all. They believed they needed more help, wanted more structure in their lives, and Roman's way was the answer. They have no idea they're being squeezed into a cage. It's only been 6 months, but that's been enough time for Roman to gather followers. Winter was quiet for us. Cairo, Thames, Faline, and I trained within the bunker and searched for clues as for how to kill Roman and where Cairo's dad is. So far, we've come up short. Most of the humans are out tending the fields, sowing them now that it's early spring. They're guarded by a various collection of demons and some of the Nephilim Council. I narrow my eyes at the council members, the people I used to consider my friends. Traitors. One of the humans tries to escape. He's realized this is more than he bargained for. He attempts to sneak off and run into the woods. A Nephilim's eyes, ever sharp, catch on. He nods in a demon's general direction. The creature of hell flies toward the human on membrane-thin wings. The human starts running. It's no good. Demons are always faster. Cairo goes to move, but I grab his arm and hold him back. We can't risk being discovered. Not even for this. The demon latches onto the man and curls his clawed fingers around the human's neck. The demon opens its mouth. The man's spirit ferries out of his body at a quick speed, its essence silvery and white, until the demon has consumed it all, and there is nothing left. The demon has taken his soul. I always hate this part. It reminds me of what happened to Sydney. The other humans act like nothing happened. They've been trained to accept this as reality, that anyone who disobeys or tries to leave Roman's perfect order does not deserve to live. The Nephilim drag the human's empty, still living body into the woods, to leave it there so it can slowly starve and rot. That's enough. Cairo stands. We've been out here long enough. Time to go back. He lifts his hand to me. I stare at it for a moment, then take it, closing my eyes as we teleport back to base. Warmth replaces bitter cold. The base is in Texas, in the middle of the countryside outside of Houston, my homeland. There's a small concrete structure with a metal door. It's out of place in the field we've teleported into. Cairo punches in the key code, and the door slides open. We head down a flight of stairs as the door slides shut behind us. The base itself is cozy and warm. There's a widescreen TV mounted on the wall, a large sectional couch, several bookcases stuffed to the brim, and an assortment of ceiling lamps perched to give off the appearance of natural light. I hate being underground. I can't fly. Isolde is puttering around the kitchen making dinner, along with Clara, roast chicken with vegetables. Isolde knew all along what Cairo and Thames were. She watched them as kids, after all. She failed to tell me that she knew about Nephilim and demons until I confessed to her I was one myself. Thames and Lena are sitting on the bar stools that are placed next to the island. Thames is tickling Lena's sides, and she's trying to bat him off. They're incredibly cute together. It's a relief to me that Thames has found someone else. Lena is perfect for him, in all the ways I could never be. They haven't kept their hands off each other since they got here. Unlike me and Cairo. For some reason, it's hard when he touches me now. It's been hard since Roman betrayed us. I still love him. I will always love him. But Roman stole something from me that night 6 months ago, and try as I might, I can't get it back. Lena shifts on the bar stool. She scratches between her shoulder blades, as if she's uncomfortable. I remind myself Lena lost more than I that night. Roman took something from her that not even Thames can fix. "Hey," Thames says as Cairo and I slide onto the bar stools across from them. "What did you find?" "Nothing more than usual," I say. Isolde puts a plate in front of me. I smile at her and start eating. How are we going to stop all this mess? "I still say we go in there and smash everything," Thames suggests. He shoves a mouthful of mashed potatoes in his mouth. "Cut Roman off at the root." "You're thinking like a surgeon again," Lena complains. She pushes her vegetables around on her plate. "Roman's not a cancer. You can't just cut him out." I've noticed Lena doesn't eat much since she lost her wings. She's lost quite a bit of weight. "Roman is a cancer." Thames pokes her in the stomach, and she giggles. "You have a tumor, you treat it and get rid of it. Simple as that." "We can't kill him yet," Cairo reminds his brother tirelessly. "We don't know how to kill angels." "Who says we have to kill him?" Thames asks. "We can capture him and hold him until we figure out how to get rid of him." "Thames, eat your food," Isolde tells him strictly. Thames opens his mouth, then shuts it quickly, doing as Isolde told him. They have this argument every night, and it's getting old. Cairo and Thames are always trying to assume the position of leader, and I'm so done with it. I agree with Thames on one thing. The Nephilim and the demons are still largely unknown by the human population, Cairo says. Now is the time to strike, before he announces himself to the world. We have that going against us, I argue. If mortals knew about immortals, they'd be more on guard about letting them get into their head. But no one is going to believe that this stuff is real. Roman knows if he were to go public, he'd become a laughingstock. He's waiting to reveal the immortal races until everything's been flattened, and there's no denying the obvious. The worst part about it is that he thinks he's doing the right thing, Lena says quietly. Roman doesn't think he's evil or that this is wrong. If God were to call him up right now, he'd insist what he's doing is good. Lena looks depressed. Though she agrees with the plan, She doesn't want to kill her dad. What's necessary can sometimes hurt. Bad. Angels are particularly legalistic, Cairo notes. Following God's laws are more important to them than anything, even autonomy or free will. They can't understand why humans wouldn't automatically do the right thing, because they really aren't given a choice from the beginning. It's not how they're made. But his followers? The demons and Nephilim, the mortals? Thames asks. How can they agree with him? I understand it, I say, shrugging. You can argue it's sacrificing a few to make the world better as a whole. But the thing is, once you're in, you can't get out. This whole thing would be a lot easier if the demons and Nephilim would stop listening to him, Lena mutters. We'd have this thing over by now. She's right. Roman has been ordering demons to possess and steal the souls of as many humans as they can. At the same time, he sends the Nephilim out to wreak havoc. Every time I turn on the news, something even more terrible is on TV. Deceitful and incompetent politicians, mass shootings, genocide, refugee crises, the threat of nuclear war. Maybe some of this is organic, but the way it's blown up in the past 6 months, I don't think so. This is Roman's work. And no mortal is brave enough to stand up to him. I know Roman's endgame. He's attempting to make the world such a horrible place that humans will voluntarily want to give up their freedom to restore peace. Why start a war when you can trick people into thinking you're their savior? He has only a few hundred followers now. But when bombs start dropping, wars begin, and people all around the globe start dying in record numbers, humanity's going to look for a new answer, a permanent solution to all the death and war. And right there will be Roman, with his perfect order. There's no hurry to implement his final plan. Being immortal, he's got time. Centuries even, though he doubts, and I do as well, that it'll take that long. He learned from the worst of leaders. Only desperate people in desperate situations will elect a madman to lead them if they think it'll bring them out of darkness. And the world is becoming very desperate. It's only going to take one more major disaster. One nuclear bomb on just the right city. That'll be the turning point from chaos to madness. My food has suddenly turned leaden in my mouth. I'm done, I announce, and I push my half-eaten plate away. The eyes of my friends are on me as I head into mine and Cairo's room. Quietly, I shut the door and sit on the bed. It's safe here, cozy even, but it's not home. I never thought I'd miss Michigan as much as I do now. Or thought I'd be this irritable. I journey inward and try to nudge the ball of resentment that's grown bigger and bigger in my chest since we arrived. It doesn't budge. I know what started it. Bitterness. I knew it was too much to hope for, that I could still have a living parent. But I allowed myself to hope anyway. I hate myself for that. Because I hesitated, because I trusted, I allowed Roman to roam free. When I became a Nephilim, I promised I would protect people, and I let the wish that I could have a dad get in the way of that. Cairo comes in a little while later. He sits beside me. The bed bows down with his weight as he wraps an arm around my waist. I don't pull away. Half of me wants to, but the other half wants to be touched, wants me to be okay with him being near me. I lean my head on his shoulder, and he says, "We'll figure it out, Cassia. I promise." I lift my chin. He kisses me, and I wrap my arms around his shoulders. They're broad and large, such a sanctuary. His hands on my hip bones are comfortable and known, his tongue gentle against mine. His lips are soft and soothing, like velvet drawn across bare skin. He's always so cautious with me, like he's scared to push me too far. I know because he's done it before. An accident. I hate myself for that too. The fact is, I feel comfortable and wanted in this kiss now. But overall, in our relationship, I haven't felt like I can trust him since I met Roman. Cairo has never, ever let me down before. I despise that I'm making him atone for the sins of my rapist and my father. He doesn't deserve that. He's done nothing wrong, never given me any reason to show that he's not worthy of my absolute faith. I need to figure it out. Cairo is the most precious person in the world to me. I would be lost forever if I lost him. I need to find a way to convince my heart to trust him again. I break the kiss first. Quietly, he says, "Are you okay? I'm worried about you." "I'm fine," I lie, not wanting to hurt him. "I promise." "Cassia, you're not acting right. Cairo takes a breath and doesn't say anything. Cairo can sense the ocean between us. I know he can. But he's either too polite or too scared to say anything. He knows I've been disinterested in everything. Out of it, keeping to myself. I'd notice more too if I could feel anything. But I'm not going to bring him down into the pit with me. "I'm not going anywhere," I whisper. "Heaven and hell couldn't rip me away from you." Cairo strokes my cheek with his thumb. Then his phone vibrates, changing everything. It's a text message. He takes out his phone to look at it. His eyes widen. "What is it?" I ask, heart pounding. "It's Matthias." He looks up at me, something new in his eyes. "He's found my dad."
Chapter 2. Faline. I don't care what the truth is, about anything. The only thing I care about is keeping Thames safe, which I have utterly lost the ability to do. "Keep your hands up and try again, Lena," Thames tells me. He bounces up and down as he takes a wide stance. We're in an old, abandoned barn that's located in the field near the bunker, practicing. Since I could walk again, Thames has been taking me out every day, trying to build my strength up. We're surrounded by bales of old hay, which smells musty. I take a deep breath and raise the dual daggers Thames got me for Christmas. Violent, yeah, but he knows what I like. I slash them forward in a circular motion, one after the other. Thames easily dodges each blade. It's like I'm going in slow motion. My teeth clench. I lunge the right dagger out, which he casually sidesteps. "You're getting frustrated. Take time to think," Thames tells me as he leaps out of the way. Not even close. I yell angrily and send the left blade flying, a familiar twinge, a hated one, pangs in my shoulder blade. My elbow kinks, and the dagger drops out of my hand as my wrist snaps. I cry out in pain and fall to my knees as the area between both shoulders aches. I slump to the ground, body jerking instinctively. Thames comes closer. As he nears, the pain stops. He kneels beside me, face shadowed with concern. "There's no point. Without my wings, I'm useless," I tell him. "Don't say that." Thames helps me back on my feet. I stagger for a moment before recovering. I allow my brown wings to come into view. The right one is jagged, crooked in awkward places, and the left one is bent at an odd angle. The best Clara and Isolde could do. I owe them my life. I attempt to fly. My wings flap uselessly, like a bird with two broken wings. I'm so embarrassed. The effort brings tears to my eyes. My feet hover off the ground, but then the right wing jerks, and I go slamming back down to the earth. The attempt knocks me to my knees. Thames picks me back up. I can't fight. I can't fly. I whisper, what can I offer this team?
Maybe your strength isn't fighting anymore,
Thames says lowly. He bends down and picks up the dagger I dropped and hands it to me.
Maybe you need to focus on something else.
Like what? I sheathe the daggers to the holster on my hip and ask, if I can't fight, what good am I? Cute sentiments aren't going to stop my dad.
We've got enough fighters,
Thames tells me. His hand rubs the area between my shoulder blades, where it hurts.
What we need are people who can outsmart who we're fighting.
I scowl. Thames would hate the idea of me protecting him, so I don't voice it aloud. He's pretty confident in his ability to protect himself. I mean, who's stupid enough to challenge a hot-headed Cambion who's practically indestructible? The only two immortals stronger than he is, Cody and Roman, which means I have to get them before they get Thames. To save my true love, I have to kill my father, a thing that would be abhorrent to me if I could actually do it. He knew just how to break me. I've become weak.
You know your dad better than any of us,
Thames says, breaking me out of my innermost thoughts.
What do you think he's planning?
I fall backwards onto an old pile of hay. Thames sits next to me. I puff a lock of hair out of my face, thinking. That's the thing. I start. I don't know my dad as well as I thought I did. If that was true, we wouldn't be in this mess. I would have caught on before any of this happened.
Don't blame yourself,
Thames says sharply.
It's not your fault.
But what if it is? I turn on my side and prop my head on my hand. I should have listened to what he was trying to tell me. I should have noticed the signs in my training. Should have...
Shh.
Thames puts a finger on my lips.
Keep talking like that, and I'm gonna have to make you be quiet. With my mouth.
I smirk at the tease. I'm trying to be serious here.
We don't need more warriors.
Thames grabs my hips and pulls me over, so I'm lying on top of him. Our bodies press together, and warmth begins to spread from my middle throughout my being.
That's all the world is now. People going to war against other people. Maybe that's why God made you this way. We need more kindness in the world, not more fighting.
What? God allowed Roman to break me so I can be nice to people? I snarl. I was perfect. The best weapon we had against Roman. And we never got a chance to use me. He destroyed me before I had a chance.
He didn't destroy you. He could never do that,
Thames argues. For a Cambion, he looks so innocent and pure right now. Like he believes everything he says.
You've got too much spirit.
But my eyes start to water. I can't do anything. I'm not a Nephilim anymore. I'm not me.
That's not true, he says, shaking his head. You're 10 times stronger than Roman, and that's why he broke your wings. He knows you have the power to break him, and he should be scared of that.
Thames' lips start trailing my neck.
Enough talking. The only thing I want to hear come out of your mouth is my name.
Bliss starts creeping along the edges of my doubt. Thames' mouth leaves a pattern on my neck before he starts biting at my chin, then presses his full lips to mine. My mouth opens to let him in, and my wings disappear, taking the pain with them. Possessively, Thames swings me onto my back with one arm before climbing astride my hips. He continues to ravage my mouth, and the ground beneath me starts smoking. You're going to cause a fire, I breathe, as he raises his mouth off of mine for 1 second.
Let it burn,
he murmurs. His fingers trail downward, grazing the edges of my collar, where my breasts lie underneath. I take a deep breath and lift my finger up. Slowly, I start to undo the buttons on his shirt. Finally, is this the moment? It's agonizing, going one by one like this, but I finally manage to get all the buttons undone. I tug his sleeves downward, and his arms slide backward to let the flannel slide down. Just as I'm about to pull his shirt off is when Thames' phone rings. He groans and gets off of me. Mentally, I give a string of curse words that would make a sailor blush. Thames checks his phone and complains.
Why does my brother have to be such a cockblock?
I say nothing, my head's still spinning. Thames' eyes dart back and forth as he reads the message and says,
Family meeting. Mandatory, apparently. Athais has found something important.
About damn time, I grumble. If something has to interrupt me potentially getting some, At least it's a lead on defeating Roman. What is it?
He didn't say.
I frown when Thames' perfect abs and sculpted pecs disappear underneath his flannel. He buttons his shirt back up, which makes me sadder. He takes a second glance at me and says,
"You've got hay in your hair."
I start pulling it out, but it only gets more tangled. Thames comes forward and removes it for me.
"You might want to get rid of all the hay on your clothes to avoid judgment from the almighty Cairo."
I don't care what Cairo thinks. I shoot back, though I brush the remaining hay off my clothes anyway.
"I don't either, but, well, you know my brother."
Thames rolls his eyes.
"He probably won't bang Cassia till they're legally wed."
Thames holds up his ring finger and waves it around.
"It's against the rules."
You don't think he and Cassia have done anything? I ask, rising to my feet. Thames makes a sarcastic noise.
"No."
He pockets his phone.
"Let's go. They're waiting."
I take Thames' hand. Cairo and Cassia have been dating, what, almost 3 years now? They have to have had sex by now, right? Then again, I can think of several reasons why they haven't, if what Thames suspects is true. Thames has no room to talk. Even though we've shared a bedroom and a bed for months, there's one teensy-tiny detail between Thames and I that we haven't really discussed. We haven't had sex yet. Oops, there it is. We've gotten closer than we did today, but we always get interrupted, or we just stop. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but there's some insecurities between me and Thames holding us back from making the biggest commitment we can as a couple, much less as a Cambion and Nephilim. Oh, wait, maybe that does have something to do with it, doesn't it? I used to kill demons for a living. I should have no issue with screwing the hottest guy alive. It makes me wonder what's wrong with me. We leave the barn and walk to the bunker. Athaios has a stupid rule about no one being allowed to teleport inside for security reasons. The way I see it, any immortal could come inside any time if they knew where we were. A keypad isn't going to stop them. I punch in the key code and head inside. Everyone is waiting. Athaios, Cairo, Cassia, Clara, and Isolde. As usual, we're the last to show up. Athaios gives me a tired glance. Whatever. Better late than never. Cairo raises an eyebrow at Thames. He gives a scathing look back. Cassia has a knowing smile on her face. She nudges me as I take a spot next to her on the couch. I try to hold back a snort, which I do unsuccessfully. Athaios glares at the unladylike noise, and I fall silent.
"Very well," Athaios begins. "As most of you are aware, I finally located Cairo's father, Christopher, in Europe."
Cairo's mother, Clara, shows no sort of emotion whatsoever. He might as well have told her he found the lost city of Atlantis. I expect her to show some sort of feeling. Hurt, rage, relief. But there's nothing. Is that what love looks like when it has been left out in the cold? Or did she never care about Christopher at all? Thames told me the story of what happened between his father, his mom, and Cairo's dad. Was Alexander the one Clara truly adored, and Christopher just a way to dull the pain after he left?
"You found your dad?"
Thames asks. He leans back on the couch and glances at his brother. Cairo nods. He seems stiffer than usual.
"He's in Greece,"
Athaios says.
"Athens, most likely. I've pinned him down to a homestead in the countryside, somewhat of a rallying point for angels traveling from here back to heaven."
Well, what are we waiting for? I ask. Let's go get him.
"It's not that simple," Cairo says roughly. "We have to make a plan, convince him that he has to join us."
Not to mention that if Christopher actually agrees with Roman's way of doing things, he could join him, Cassia says. Cairo winces, as if he's been physically hurt, and Cassia quickly adds, "But that's not going to happen." Cassia reaches out to put her hand on Cairo's. He twists his hand to hold hers, but it doesn't seem genuine. Things have been weird between them lately. I don't know what to make of it. Cassia has been crabby. I'd almost call her a grouch. Something is bothering her. I only wish I had the power to take away whatever's hurting my sister. Out of all of us, she's what holds this group together.
"This is a very risky mission," Athaios says. "Angels don't interact with Nephilim, except in unusual circumstances, like what happened with Roman. They consider themselves above us, that we are abominations. Getting him to listen will be difficult. Expecting him to help is a grand expectation. Bro,
Thames asks as he glances over his shoulder at Cairo.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Cairo says nothing. His face is almost as impassionate as his mother's. Cassia squeezes his hand. Cairo's entire body shakes. For a moment, I'm glad I have a father who's evil. I know where my dad stands and what he wants out of me. Cairo has no idea. Then Cairo speaks.
We have no other option. Let's do this. Tonight, we'll...
He doesn't get a chance to finish his sentence. The door to the bunker explodes. It flies several feet through the air and slams into the wall. Shrapnel flies. Clara is the nearest to the door and the first to be hit. She goes down. Gunfire rings everywhere, and an automatic rifle shatters my eardrums.
Get down,
Cairo shouts. I feel Thames' arm on my back as he slams me to the floor and covers my body with his. Cairo's protecting Cassia. Athaios is kneeling between Clara and Isolde, who are lying on the floor, shielding them with his wings. 4 figures emerge from the smoke and step into the room. As the room clears, I see their white wings, recognize their golden hair and shimmering, perfect faces. The Nephilim Council. They found us.
Chapter 3. Cassia. There's no way out. The bunker only has one exit, and the council is blocking the way. I know these faces. These are Nephilim who have gone on missions with me, who have fought demons beside me. Now, they're my enemy. Clara's bleeding. Isolde is underneath Athaios' wings, trying to put pressure on the shrapnel wounds to stop the bleeding. Cairo and Thames both have eyes on their mother. She's not immortal. She won't last, not unless we get her help. But then again, it looks like it's going to be the last night for all of us. Last chance, one of the Nephilim says. He raises an assault rifle and points it at us. Roman is willing to extend his good graces one last time. Join him, and he'll spare your lives. You're going to have to fill us with quite a few bullets, Cairo growls. We don't go down that easily. We're not talking about you. The Nephilim points his gun toward Clara and Isolde. Isolde shivers under the length of the gun. I feel like I'm choking. Athaios doesn't stand down, but he can't protect both of them. All right, Lena says. She and Thames stand. A Nephilim's rifle is on her as she stands, holding her hands up. We surrender. Take us to my dad. I see that glint in her eyes. She's got a plan. I nod, slowly rising to my feet and following her lead. Cairo copies. All of us put our hands in the air. Good to see you've come to your senses, a Nephilim comments as Lena proceeds slowly toward him. He relaxes. He was afraid he was going to have to fight us. That turns out to be his biggest mistake. As he drops the rifle, Lena grabs the barrel and points it into the air. Bullets go spraying everywhere into the ceiling, and drywall comes crumbling down. The other Nephilim go to react. Cairo, Thames, and I lunge for the remaining rifles. Thames wrenches one from his opponent's hand. Cairo kicks his enemy down, and I headbutt the girl closest to me. As she collapses, I wrench her weapon out of her hand. The 4 of us step back and point the rifles down at the council. Don't move, I shout, shoving the barrel against the temple of the Nephilim I attacked. If you do, we'll shoot. Go ahead. You could empty that clip and still not kill us, she snarls. Yeah, exactly. So why do you attack us with guns? Thames asks, hanging on paranoia. Something isn't right. Guns don't kill Nephilim. We healed too quickly from the bullets. Why did they bring them to hurt us? Then I see something. Red numbers ticking off inside the coat of the girl beneath me. The Nephilim's obvious relief when we agreed to join them and not fight back suddenly makes sense. The guns weren't there to kill us. They were only a distraction. Everyone get down! I scream. Cairo gets it the second after I do. He grabs both Thames and Lena by the shoulder and throws them in the direction of Athais, Clara, and Isolde. Both of us spread our wings wide. Thames and Athais take the hint. We create a collective circle, each of our wings creating an impenetrable barrier. They're the strongest part of a Nephilim, only able to be broken by angels. Our wings are our only chance. "Cass!" Lena screams, and she looks at me. "What about Sydney?" Someone's ramming a hammer into my chest. Panic. I go to leave the circle, but Cairo snatches me firmly, holding me in place. "Cassia, no." Cairo holds me firmly. The pain in his eyes echoes my own utter devastation. "It's too late." "I made the bunker impervious to explosives," Athais bellows. "Everyone just hold—" The bombs go off, and the bunker explodes. Debris falls from the ceiling, and furniture goes hurtling around the room. I don't see anything that's happening between our feathers, but the sound is like a freight train hurtling by my ear. The ground shakes. I struggle to hold onto the floor and keep our shield intact. Cairo lets out a grunt of pain. Something large must have hit him. I grab onto his hand and clench it tightly as the area around us shudders and fire erupts. Smoke fills the room. Thames scrunches up his face in pain. Once the initial blast is over, I let down my wings. They're singed and burned from the blast, with multiple feathers missing, but I don't care. They'll heal. Cairo, Thames, and Athais' wings look about the same, but none of us are hurt. Isolde doesn't seem to mind the initial blast. She's too busy watching over her dying best friend. "Sydney!" Lena cries again. She shoves Thames aside and goes running into the spare bedroom where we've been keeping Sydney's body. She rips the door off and goes charging inside. "Mom!" Cairo sinks to his knees and cradles Clara in his grasp. She's passed out and losing a lot of blood. "We have to get out of here!" I cough. Smoke and fire is filling this place quickly. Nephilim can heal quickly, but we still have to breathe. At this rate, Thames will be the only one left alive in minutes. He's the only one who can tolerate flames. I don't know what to do. Lena's back. She's shaking and carrying a blackened, burnt, and charred body. "Sydney, she—" Lena makes a choking sound and lets out a tearless sob. I know what she was about to say. The flames around us billow higher. I take Lena by the arm and drag her beside me, my hand a vice, never letting go. Lena hangs tightly onto Sydney's body, no longer recognizable. Cairo carries Clara to the door. Thames kicks and tosses random burning shit out of the way so we have a clear path. I try not to look at the chunky remains of the Nephilim Council that are spread all over the bunker. Tiptoeing around entrails and attempting not to throw up, I haul Lena to the exit. Thames rams the debris blocking the door aside with his shoulder, and it dissolves into ash at his touch. I'm able to drag my sister into the outside world. Once she's safe, I turn back and start helping everyone else. Once I've dragged Athais out, I step back and observe the mess that was our safe house. Lena's quivering harder than before. Sydney's body is at her feet. She's making tiny stuttering noises that don't form any coherent words. Then she takes off her jacket. Lena drapes it over the top half of Sydney's form, covering her torso and face. Roman sent those Nephilim in there with bombs strapped to their bodies. It was his plan to set them off if the council didn't manage to convince us to join the perfect order. Lena knows this. It's why she's in shock now. That, and the fact that Sydney's gone forever. We don't even know what's going to happen to her soul now, whether it's in heaven or hell. Cody still has it. Oh, the bastards! Thames rips a kitchen knife out of his leathery wing that was thrown in the explosion. The wound starts healing instantly, and he tosses it to the ground. Could have told us they were about to blow themselves up, right, Lena? He glances at his girlfriend. When she doesn't answer, Thames crosses over to her and starts rubbing her arms, like he's warming her up. Lena continues to cry. I feel even more emotionless than before. It's like the more that happens, the more immune I become to it. Like I'm fading away. Cairo's still clinging to his mom. Blood is soaking his shirt. Clara's mouth hangs open, her neck dragging limply against his arm. He looks utterly helpless. She needs a hospital. I have no supplies, Isolde says. The shrapnel's too deep. Emergency surgery is the only thing that'll save her. We can't go to a hospital. Roman will find us there, Athais argues. Several feathers droop off his wings loosely. They seem to have gotten grayer in the past few months. She will die. Don't you understand? Isolde screams. Cairo turns pale. Thames holds tighter onto Lena. I've got to take control of this situation. No one else is in charge. We're not going to let anything happen to Clara, I say. I lock eyes with Cairo, and now it's a promise to him. A promise that I'm making and that I'd rather die than break. Let's just think about what to do and— Hold on, Thames says, cutting me off, and he points upward. Look. I glance upward. Someone with wings is flying toward us. At first, I think it's the Nephilim Council, extras sent by Roman in case the others didn't finish the job. But there's only one Nephilim flying, not several, and his wings are black. It's a male. He's got someone, a small female, that he's carrying in his arms. The Nephilim lands with his back to us. The female stands and turns to face us. My stomach drops out when I see who it is. Lavon! I scream. What the hell are you doing here? It's literally Lavon, my friend, my only friend left from high school. She was literally carried in by a Nephilim, looking like this is something she does every day. She's wearing a one-piece nylon combat suit and has a pistol holstered to her hip. I have 1,000 questions, and by God, somebody better start giving me some answers. There's no time for that, Cass. We've got to move before they come back. Lavon strides toward me with intention, not paying attention to the burning bunker behind us. I'm flustered. It's all right, Cassia. We're here to help. The Nephilim that had his back to me turns around. He's got dark skin and a kindly face. I recognize him instantly. It's Lavon's dad, Alan. I only know him from hanging out at Lavon's place from time to time, and because he paid for our trip to Cabo after graduation. He's a Nephilim too? I never guessed. His wings. They're black, like mine. What happened to him to make them that way? Lavon's eyes count us. When they make a circle, she stops. Sydney, she starts, looking to me. Where is she? My voice cracks. Lavon notices the burnt figure on the ground, with Lena's coat over it. Lavon's face crumples. Her shoulders sag, and her knees buckle. No, she whispers. Please don't tell me she— When nobody answers, Alan puts a hand on his daughter's shoulder. I move forward to give her a hug, all questions vanquished for now. I'm sorry, Lavon. She's gone. Lavon pulls away from my embrace. She backs up, face hardened and broken all at the same time. It's okay. I had hoped, but I knew the chances were— She clears her throat and turns her back to the corpse. Like I said, there's no time, Levon says weakly. I'll grieve later. A tear slips out of her eye, but she nearly slaps it away. My mom, Cairo says weakly. He clutches Clara closer to his chest. She needs help. We have the resources, Levon says. But we have to get there, quickly, before Roman's goons start showing up. How do you know about that? Lena asks. She speaks for the first time. Her voice is hoarse and barren. There's a lot that I know, Levon responds quietly. I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, Cassia. The circumstances. Levon shakes her head again. Alan moves to the center of us. He extends his wings and arms in both directions. Everyone grab onto me, Alan says. I'll teleport us to safety. Can you handle us all? Thames asks as he grabs onto Alan's arm. I have the strength, Alan responds. But Sydney, Lena protests, glancing at the shrouded body. I'll send others to bring her back, Levon says. I promise. Others? I ask. What is going on? Like I said, Cass, no time to explain. Levon gives me a sad, apologetic look. I'm too tired to argue. I just want to get out of here. Each of us reach out and take hold of a part of Alan's sleeve. I move closer to Cairo. I told you she's going to be okay, I say softly. I won't ever break a promise to you. He nods numbly. The air around us begins spinning, colors molding together as Texas disappears around us. Thames looks around. I copy him, trying to figure out where we're going. When we finally land, I can't name the location based on geography alone. The area is dark, stars shining above us. The full moon illuminates an area blooming with springtime, leftover piles of freshly melted snow clustered along the bushes. We can't be too far from Texas. It's still dark, so the time zones have to be similar. We're standing on a hill. Below us is a cluster of buildings, nearly fairy tale-like in appearance. There are houses and tiny shops and dozens of lovely lights tinkling everywhere. I look to Levon for answers. She gives me a coy smile. Welcome to the Immortal Legion.
Chapter 4. Faline. I'm sorry, but what the hell is that? I ask. Levon, everyone, turns to stare at me. I don't care if I'm being rude. This town, this place, it's not right. Sydney should be here, and she's not. I don't think I'll ever get the image of her burned, limp body out of my head. We kept her body alive for months, hoping somehow we would get her soul back from Cody. And it was all for nothing. Thames doesn't say anything, but puts his hand at its usual place, on my lower back. It's a sign of support, but also a warning. I can almost hear the urgency in his silent words. Be careful. I know you just lost one of your best friends, Levon says bluntly. But I did too, and so did Cass. And like it or not, I'm your only option for survival. Levon takes a deep breath. Okay, let's go. We walk through the forest, toward the tiny village. Cassia jogs to keep up with her friend. Levon, this doesn't make any sense. You're supposed to be at Harvard. I was, she states. Until Emily died. Then I came back here to help the Legion fight the Perfect Order. You know about the Perfect Order? Cassia asks. Everyone in the immortal world knows about Roman, Alan says. What is this Immortal Legion? Athaios interrupts. Out of all of us, he's the most suspicious. I've been with the council for years, and never heard of them. You wouldn't have, Alan responds, in that deep, gravelly voice that sounds a lot like Morgan Freeman. They do not seek war, but peace. Alan stands taller. I was hunted down by the Nephilim Council years ago, after I refused to join their ranks. They nearly killed me, and left me for dead in the northern forest. Alan says, He glances at Matthias.
You wouldn't remember. You led them.
A coldness penetrates my gut. Matthias appears sheepish.
Yes, I remember you. That I did, and I sincerely apologize. There were many things I did for the council I was not proud of. At least you're willing to admit fault. For that, I accept your apology and extend forgiveness.
Alan claps Matthias on the back. The old man seems surprised, but says nothing more. What happened in the forest? I interrupt.
Lavon's mother found me and tended to my wounds until I was better.
Alan responds.
We married shortly after.
So, you have Nephilim blood? Cassia asks Lavon.
No, I'm mortal. Adopted,
Lavon says.
My parents raised me to fight.
I never knew that, Cassia says quietly.
There are a lot of things you don't know about me,
Lavon says quietly. We enter the village. Up close, it's even prettier. The buildings are built in a pell-mell fashion, crooked, with some walls higher than others, and beautiful designs carved into the wooden doors. Some roofs are thatch, and others are tiled, the tops of them spiraling up to end in spires at the top. The pathways between the houses are paved with brick, flowers growing in handmade boxes along the square. Each of the houses is painted a different color. There are no muted tones, but bright and vibrant colors, like purple or dark red. It looks perfectly put together, despite the individual chaos of each little hut. There's a small hospital nearby, nothing fancy. It has perhaps a few dozen rooms. Lavon pushes a button, and a team of nurses come running out with a gurney. A doctor follows, his white coat billowing behind him.
What's wrong?
The doctor asks, looking at Clara. She's limp in Cairo's arms, and has turned ridiculously pale in the short time we've spent walking to the village.
My mom,
Cairo says weakly.
She's dying. We'll take good care of her.
The doctor gestures to the gurney.
Put her there, son.
Cairo lays Clara on the stretcher. He watches, lonesome, as they wheel Clara away. I'll go with her, Isolde says, laying a hand on Cairo's arm before she glances at Lavon. If that's all right. Go. She needs you, Lavon says. Isolde hustles off after the gurney, and a knotted pit of anxiety settles in my stomach. Isolde is like the mother of the group. It doesn't feel right when she's gone. Almost like it's not safe. Thames hasn't said goodbye, but he's very stiff. I give his hand a loving squeeze. Don't worry, your mom will be fine. His face is tight.
How can we trust them?
I just have a feeling. I look around. Ever since I stepped foot in this village, this place feels like home. I've never really had a home before, somewhere I truly belonged. I feel it in my gut. This is it. Lavon gestures to us with her hand. Follow me. I'll show you where to go.
What are you talking about?
Cairo says.
I don't want to leave my mother.
You guys need to sleep and rest. We have spare houses for you to stay in, Lavon replies.
Who said we were staying?
Thames asks. I give him a sharp look. Now who's the one being rude, jackass? I'm sorry, Thames, but this is the only place left in the world that's safe for you, Lavon says. Not to mention, Clara needs time to heal, once she's out of surgery. Hopping around from place to place isn't going to do her any good. Thames swears under his breath. Lavon and her father walk off, as if we don't have a choice but to follow them. We really don't. We fall in step behind Cassia, as she says, If we're going to stay here, I need to know some things. Ask, Lavon says bluntly. I'll answer every question I can. What is the Immortal Legion? Cassia asks. And all of this? She waves her hand around the village. The Immortal Legion is a group of Roma who decided to come together to seek the truth. Lavon says. They are in tune with the divine, and have devoted their lives to finding it. Centuries ago, they moved to this forest and built this town for that purpose. And why are you here? You're not Roma, Cass says, confused. They usually don't allow outsiders, but since my dad was being hunted by the council, they took us in, Lavon explains. The Immortal Legion will take in any Nephilim that are targeted by the council, so long as they swear to protect it.
But what's that got to do with Nephilim?
Cairo questions.
The Immortal Legion is composed of mortals, it seems. They are mortals who believe all living creatures deserve a chance to live in peace,
Alan says.
All members of the Legion are trained to fight. They do not think anyone or anything should be hunted down or forced to submit to another's will. Not even Cambions."
He glances at Thames. Thames seems cowed. He's in shock anyone outside of his family could actually accept him. "But we are obliged to stop immortals who are determined to harm the human race, and that includes Roman and his thugs," Levon says. "We're the last guardians between the immortal world and the mortal." She pauses before a set of houses, 3 of them to be exact, all identical in structure and form. The lights are off. Are we supposed to live here now? "Levon, why didn't you tell me all of this?" Cassia steps in front of her friend. "You knew about the immortal world all this time, and you never said anything." "Did you tell me about being a Nephilim?" Levon says harshly. "No, both of us had to keep secrets because we thought it would keep the other one safe. I found out you were a Nephilim after you changed, Cass, but you were with the Council. I couldn't tell you about the Legion without worrying the Council would force it out of you."
"How did you find us?" Cairo asks. "We were in the middle of nowhere. We left no clues on where we went." "We've been looking for you for some time, since Emily passed away and the Council was disbanded," Alan states. "We received information about your whereabouts from one of our spies in Texas." He sighs. "Unfortunately, we got that information seconds after Roman, it seems." Levon takes out a key. She opens up the first house and says, "This is where Cass and Cairo will be staying. The houses are all the same, on the inside." She turns on the lights, and we step in. It's a cozy little cabin with handmade wood furniture, a fireplace, a tiny kitchen, and a comfortable mini living room. A set of spiral stairs leads upward to the 2nd floor. That must be where the bathroom and bedroom are. Levon tosses one key to Thames and the other to Matthias. "We figured all of you would want your own places." Levon wiggles her eyebrows at Cass. She shakes her head. Alan steps back. "We're sure all of you must be tired and overwhelmed. We'll leave you to rest and let you know the moment Clara is out of surgery." Cairo nods. "Thank you." "I'll come back later, girl," Levon says as she grabs Cassia's hand. "There's a lot we need to catch up on." Cassia smiles at her. "Sure is. I'll be waiting." When the door closes behind Levon and Alan, the rest of us are left standing in a circle, staring blankly at each other. "So, what do we do now?"
Thames asks.
"What do you mean?"
"The plan doesn't change," Cairo says bluntly.
"Once we know Mom is okay, we have to find my dad and ask for his help. It's final."
"But, Cairo," I say, "I don't want to push his patience, yet. Do we even need him anymore? We thought we were alone, but we're not. We have the Immortal Legion to help us fight Roman now."
He scoffs. "Mortals. They can't stand up to Nephilim and demons."
"I wouldn't be so sure," Cassia says. "If they've been around for this long without getting discovered or wiped out, they might know what they're doing." Cairo lets out an irritated sigh.
"Listen, the Immortal Legion can be a backup plan. If my father joins us, that's even more people on our side. But if he doesn't, at least Levon and her team are willing to help us. Is everyone happy with this compromise?"
Nobody, not even Thames, challenges him. Cairo sits on the couch and glares at the fireplace. Matthias takes that as his turn to leave.
"I will be next door, should you have need of me."
He bows to Cassia.
"I'm not sure if we should trust this Legion, but they do appear to be our best hope."
"Thanks, Matthias. We'll keep you posted." Cassia nods to him, and Matthias vanishes. Being left alone in a room with all this tension between Cairo and Cassia isn't my idea of a good time, and apparently it isn't Thames either. He grabs my arm and guides me over to the door.
"We're gonna get some sleep, Cass," Thames tells her. "Call me right away when you hear about my mom, all right?"
"Of course." Cass leans over to kiss Thames on the cheek before she gives me a tight, firm hug. "I'm so sorry," she whispers. "I wish we could have helped her." Tears spark in my eyes, but I shove them down. "Same." I pull away from the hug. "Thanks for saving us back there. Otherwise, we all would have met the same fate." "Yeah. Well, not Thames," she laughs. "He'd just be standing around a pile of bodies in a burning bunker, wondering what the hell to do next." I laugh loudly, imagining the gruesome thought. For some reason, a perplexed Thames hovering over our ashen corpses is just too funny. These past 6 months have left me twisted.
"You guys have a weird sense of humor,"
Thames mutters. Cairo says nothing as we leave, just keeps on staring at the wall. When the door shuts behind us, a boa constrictor unwraps itself around my form. I feel bad for Cass. I'm dating the hothead, but Thames goes off like a cannon for 5 minutes and has it over with. Cairo seems like the type that could be angry for days. He's the guy that has to control his emotions, or rather, stuff them down. Thames opens the door to our cottage. It's identical to Cassia's, though it's different somehow, because it's mine and Thames.
Our own little house.
Thames turns in a circle around the living room, then looks at me. I get a strange little wiggle in my stomach. Thames walks forward and grabs me. He places a long, loving kiss on my lips, moving his hands over my body before settling on my hip bones. It's not sensual, though more or less caring. He leans in to whisper,
"Sorry if it's hard for me to get turned on while my mom's in a battle of life and death."
I giggle, though kind of sadly. Yeah, I get it. I'm worried about her too.
Though touching and kissing is very distracting.
Thames winks at me, and I snicker. Thames collapses on the couch and turns on the TV. The channels are in English, all American stations. Wherever we are, it's somewhere in the U.S. He clicks through the channels before settling on a soccer game. Sports are his favorite.
"I wish we had a gaming system," he complains. "It'd be great to get out some pent-up aggression right now."
Right. Are you hungry? I ask, looking in the fridge. I find it fully stocked. I can make something.
Nah, I think if I try to eat, I'm gonna throw up.
I close the fridge. He's more worried than he's letting on. I cross the room and sit beside him. I throw my legs over his and settle onto his lap. I wrap my arms around his shoulders and hold him tightly. "Hey," I whisper. "She's going to be okay."
"You sure?"
Thames glances at me. The corner of his mouth twitches. "Yes," I kiss his forehead. "She's a strong lady. She'll pull through." Thames doesn't say anything, but he intertwines my fingers with his and keeps them there. I can't get my mind off of Sydney. The sight of her, destroyed in that way, is an image that will haunt me the rest of my life. But I can't grieve now, not when Thames needs me. I keep my eyes on the TV and bite my lip until it bleeds when tears threaten to spill. No crying. Now is the time to fight. I fall asleep with my head on Thames' lap, sometime past midnight. I groggily wake up as he's carrying me upstairs to the bed. I fall asleep again when he wraps his arms around me, like he's trying to find someone to hold on to. I have strange dreams of golden feathers, a man that looks like Cairo, and Sydney's face, smiling at me. I don't know why, but I wake up the next morning with a feeling that meeting Christopher is going to break Cairo's heart.
Chapter 5. Cassia. Cairo wasn't easy to deal with last night. We hardly spoke, though I know for certain he got about as much sleep as I did. I tossed and turned, but he remained stiff and motionless beside me. Even then, I knew he wasn't sleeping. After Cairo was finally unconscious, I texted Lavon. I told her I couldn't sleep, and she stopped by. We stayed up until the early hours of morning, talking. We didn't talk about the Immortal Legion, or the Perfect Order, or Nephilim, or demons much at all. Rather, our conversation was about other things that didn't seem like they mattered, but now, looking back, seemed to matter very much. A lot of our conversation centered on Sydney and Emily. I'd kill to have some sense of normalcy once again. Some peace. One more day of high school, or a week at flight school, doing what I love and flying planes. I want to talk about guys and movies, music and makeup. This fighting demons and saving the world stuff, it isn't me. I miss being a regular college student. The area under Cairo's eyes is dark that morning. After Lavon left, I crept back up to our room to find him awake. I opened the dresser drawer and hand him some fresh jeans, a t-shirt, and a hoodie. "Here." Lavon made sure that the houses were stocked with new clothes. Thank you. He heads into the bathroom to take a shower and change. I'm already dressed, so I go downstairs and look for some breakfast. I can't cook, so I drag out a box of donuts from the cabinet and brew some coffee before turning on the news. Cairo comes downstairs with wet hair a half an hour later, bleary-eyed. He looks so adorable half awake, and a little lost. I put a donut and a cup of coffee in his hand and kiss his soft lips. Good morning. Good morning, he says. Any word on my mom? I bite my lip. Lavon didn't say anything. My phone rings. My hand flies to pick it up. Hello? You can come back to the hospital now, Lavon's voice echoes. Clara's out of surgery. She's doing fine. She's in room 8. We'll be there right away. I pocket the phone and turn to Cairo. Your mom's doing good. We can go see her now. Although the mug's steaming, Cairo chugs the coffee and shoves the donut into his mouth. Let's go. I don't eat anything. I'm not hungry. Thames and Lena are still sleeping, as always. Cairo and I like to rise with the sun, but you can't get my sister and her boyfriend up much before noon. Hey, get up! I pound on their door as loudly as I can. Clara's out of surgery. The locks click. Thames opens the door, wearing nothing but a pair of old jeans, his hair askew. Lena is behind him, looking cozy in Thames's t-shirt and a pair of fluffy pajama pants. They blink sleep from their eyes. Guess they found the new clothes. Get dressed, I tell them, and hurry up. Forget it, Thames grumbles. We're coming. Thames only bothers to put on a shirt. Lena stays in her pajama pants. We knock on Matthias's door, but he's not there. He must already be at the hospital. Sure enough, when we get there, Matthias is sitting next to Isolde. Both are across from Clara. She's in bed and appears okay, though I know the surgery bandages are hidden underneath her medical gown. She doesn't appear as pale, but is still weak. Mom. Cairo rushes to her side. Thames does the same. Lena and I hang back to give them some space. Are you okay? Thames takes Clara's hand. It seems frail and brittle. I'm all right, boys, Clara says. They stopped the bleeding and removed most of the shrapnel, though some of it will stay in my body forever. I should be ready to go home in a few days. She tilts her head, though I'm not quite sure where home is now. Where are we? It's a long story, Thames says, and he glances at his brother. Let's just say we have more friends than we thought. Do you guys want some time alone with your mom? Lena offers. Thames nods. That would be great, doll. Thanks. Thank God for Lena. She's so much better at reading these kinds of situations than I am. I just feel awkward. I look at Cairo as a question. He says, You girls have some fun. We'll meet up with you later. I force a smile. Sure. You want to come with us, Isolde? She stands, wavering. I suppose so. I've had a very long night. We can show you the houses, Lena says. They're so cute, you'll love them. Don't trouble yourselves, I'll take her back, Matthias offers, and he extends his arm to Isolde. She's had quite a night. Yes, thank you, Matthias. Isolde smiles as she grabs his arm. I would like that very much. You girls go tour the town. Enjoy yourselves for once. Get some sleep, Isolde, I tell her. I close the door cautiously on our way out of the room and take a peek at Cairo through the glass. He seems more relaxed than he was yesterday, but only just. He's worried about meeting his dad. I don't blame him. The last meeting we had with a parent didn't go so well. The four of us part in the hallway, with Isolde and Matthias taking the exit nearest to them, and Lena and I walking the length of the hospital to leave through the main exit into town. A sharp gust of spring air blows our hair back as we leave the hospital and step outside. I haven't had much alone time with my sister recently. The boys are always there. You look famished, Cass. Lena makes a face, and I know I haven't been eating like I should either. Come on, let's get some breakfast. The village is much more active during the daytime. Now the brick streets are so crowded we can hardly walk through them. People here are dressed differently than I've seen anywhere else, the women especially. They wear flowing skirts in purple, red, and blue, light scarves around their heads, and flowy white shirts. Hardly anyone wears shoes, but many of the women wear flower crowns and necklaces woven from spring shoots that complement golden bangles and charms. Unlike in the real world, people here smile when you look them in the eye. They look like me. The people of the Immortal Legion aren't afraid to be who they are, to live and let live. It's wonderfully breathtaking. The one thing we have from the bunker is money. We kept personal identification and cash on our persons at all times, just in case a disaster happened. Luckily, at the bank, we exchanged the American bills we have for the Immortal Legion's currency, small gold coins. Lena and I stop in a small cafe for eggs, which I notice both of us have to shove down. Lost your appetite? I say, when Lena pokes her yolk with a fork for the 5th time in a row. It's hard for me to eat when I'm stressed. She cuts open the egg and takes a bite a toddler would find sufficient. Another thing we have in common, I say. I swallow my egg. It's like a rock sliding down my throat. Though it's hard to be stressed here. Lena looks around. We're sitting outside at a small table. Her gaze follows the colorful array of pedestrians as they walk past. It's so peaceful, like no other place on Earth. Thames would call them hippies. Lena snorts. Yeah, I guess he would. After breakfast, we continue our tour through the village. We find our path ends at an open field, some sort of training area. There are dozens of people there, men and women, standing in straight lines and wearing the same unisex combat suit that Levon wore last night. Lena and I watch from a distance as the soldiers follow the movements of a singular leader at the head of the group. Each of them have matching, dual-wielding short swords. The leader stabs a sword forward, and in the same movement brings the other blade down. The initial exercise begins a pattern of incredible, complex combat techniques that cause the swords to blur and bodies to become weapons. As if they're one, the warriors kick, backflip, and jump together. They move nearly as fast as a Nephilim. I notice Levon is with them, at the corner of one of the lines. How did I not realize she was such a badass? Hippies or not, they sure know how to kick ass, I mutter to Lena. You said it. She lets out a small whoosh, impressed. I didn't think mortals stood a chance against our kind, but these guys might be able to hold their own. I'm tired of watching fighting. I'm tired of war, morals, laws, all of it. Come on, I say, turning my back to the training session. Let's go. The merchant district of the village is much happier. Colorful fabrics, along with beautiful-sounding wooden instruments, delicious breads, and handcrafted artifacts create a picturesque scene. The area is bustling and cheery, full of music and life. It nearly looks like a medieval square, like we've gone back in time. There are other things, though. Potions, powders, spellbooks, and charms. Things I've never seen before that are strange to me. Hey, Lena, I ask, and I grab her shoulder. What religion does the Immortal Legion follow? They know Nephilim are real, so they must believe in God. She shrugs. I don't know. The Roma people usually follow whatever religion was most popular in the region they settled in. Levon said the Legion is in search of the divine. Yes, but what is that? I say, frustrated. I know that I'm Romney, but since my mother died, I haven't had much connection to that side of me. I feel so far behind. Lena isn't listening. She appears to be thinking about something else. Hey, Cassia? What do you think it would be like to stay here? She asks. Permanently? Yeah, and not fight Roman. I'm quiet for a moment. I don't know, Lena, I say softly. I don't think we can. Lena's head droops. I immediately feel guilty. I should have said something positive, given her a little hope, even a happy lie. I used to lie to myself when things got too bleak. One small untruth wouldn't hurt. So why can't I be anything but honest with my sister when she needs me the most? We pass by an old woman sitting on an upside-down wooden washtub. At first, my eyes glaze over her and I don't pay much attention, but a second glance prompts me to look closer. The woman is near 80, lines carved throughout her face, but she wears the lines with pride, not shame, as if she has earned each one of them throughout years of hard grief and strife. Her skin is dark, hair even darker, curling down her back in long tendrils. Most of her hair is covered by a long scarf. Her dress is patchwork, made of many different colors, and her leather slippers are worn with holes. Despite her dark skin and hair, her eyes are blue, the richest blue, a deeper color than the ocean or sapphires. She seems more ancient than the earth itself, and the noblest woman I've ever set eyes on. I make the mistake of pausing for a few seconds before her. She looks up. When she does, her gaze widens. Quick as a viper, her fingers snatch out to grab my wrist. "Let go of me," I say. I could beat this old woman easily in a fight, but still I'm afraid of her. She seems to have a power within her that's stronger than mine. I attempt to wrench away, but her feeble fingers hold. In a trembling voice, she speaks. "Cassia Delamore," she gasps. "You are in terrible danger."
Chapter 6. Faline. "How do you know my name?" Cassia gapes. The old woman doesn't let go. I'm prompted to do something, to get the woman's hand off my sister, but something stops me. This lady knows something. Come with me. The old lady shakily stands, hands still clenched on Cassia's wrist. She pulls her into the shop behind her. I follow, but the woman makes no attempt to stop me. It's as if she wants me to come too. Darkness shrouds us as we enter the shop. The only light brims from collections of candles placed randomly. There are a variety of odd things inside. The skeletons of animals, essential oils, crystals and gemstones, handcrafted jewelry, and feathers that I feel aren't from birds. Incense is burning in a holder nearby, filling the room with smoke. The old woman brings Cassia to a long table, covered with a sparkling amethyst cloth and surrounded by antique wooden chairs. She finally lets go of my sister's wrist and shakes her hands at us, indicating we sit. Cassia and I take a seat, close to each other, as the elderly lady sinks into a chair of her own across from us. She ruffles under the table for something unknown. "Are you sure we should be doing this?" Cassia hushes under her breath. The old woman appears not to hear. "This is creepy." "We can handle this, old lady," I whisper to her. "Let's just see what happens." The old woman straightens up. In her hands is a velvet bag with a golden drawstring. "My name is Mala. It is the only name you will need to call me by." She opens the bag and tips it upside down. Out comes a collection of 12 dice. The dice are milky white in color and painted with strange symbols. I lean in. Upon closer inspection, I find that the dice is made out of angel wing bones, I say, the words coming out in one breath. Mala doesn't correct me. The woman takes a wooden cup. She scoops up the dice and shakes them, looking at Cassia.
I'll read you first.
Mala spills the angel bone dice onto the table. As they land, Mala hovers her right hand over the dice. She closes her eyes and stays silent for a moment. When she drops her hand, she looks to Cassia.
It is as I said. You are in terrible danger, Mala says. But the enemy is not one easily seen. Your greatest foe lies within yourself.
Myself? Cassia gasps. What do you mean?
The dice are clear. You are about to risk your life, not once, but twice. The first time will be necessary. The second is a mistake.
So what do I do? When will this be? Cassia leans forward, on the edge of her seat. The candlelight glows ominously over her face.
I know not, only that you cannot save yourself. Your destiny lies in the hands of others, Mala says. You have no control over your fate.
The blood drains from Cassia's face. I reach out to grab her hand under the table. It's cold as ice. Mala looks to me. She scoops up the dice and shakes them again, spilling them out onto the table once more. This time, she uses her left hand to guide over the dice. Her eyes nearly roll into the back of her head as she finishes.
You have the true soul of aroma, she tells me. If you allow yourself to wander, you will be safe. But stay in your cage, and everything you know will be lost to you forever.
What do you mean? I don't even know who I am, I say in frustration. I'm just looking for answers. I want to know where I belong. I blink. If I'll get my wings back.
You no longer need them. As such, they were taken from you.
Mala sweeps the dice back into her bag.
When things look most bleak, look to your ancestors. They will guide you back to where you belong.
Mala stands, clutching the bag in her bony fingers.
The right hand can get by without the left, but they are best together. Only in union can darkness be defeated.
You're talking in riddles, Cassia says. She's tense. We don't understand.
Thinking is not understanding. You must feel.
Mala hisses as she shakes the bag at us.
All life is sacred, all cultures accepted. This is the meaning of the Legion. You do not understand.
What do you know? I stand up and push the chair away. Why should we listen to you? We don't even know you. Mala's eyes darken. It is as if a storm cloud is brewing behind the old woman. I regret opening my big fat mouth.
I have lived to see our children enslaved, our women raped, and our men beaten. I have seen our kind be burned alive, be mutilated, be chased out of warmth and starved of food, all because of our skin, our heritage, and the name they've turned into a slur. Gypsy.
Mala's crooked back straightens until she is standing proudly.
Why should you listen to me? I am you. I am Romney, and I have lived through millennia to watch the Roma people cry out for change again and again. The change starts with you. Do not have the cowardice to stand by while our people continue to suffer.
With astounding speed for an old lady, Mala shuffles away into the other room. I'm left quaking. What she said to me shook me to the core. Cassia stands. Let's go, she mumbles. We shouldn't have come here. We exit the shop. To our surprise, Cairo and Thames are standing at the other end of the street, led by Levon. Thames waves to us. We cut through the crowd to join them. Though it's a warm day, I shiver as we approach them. I feel like I'm being haunted by a ghost. I see you guys met our local fortune teller, Levon says with a smile. Looks like Mala likes you. She doesn't usually read people until they've been here at least a month.
Fortune teller.
Cairo's tone is accusatory.
Cassia, I can't believe you participated in something like that. You're opening the door to something evil. Here we go.
Thames sighs.
Read them the riot act, won't you?
Cassia inserts herself between them, which she's prone to do when the boys argue. I'm trying to break her of that habit. When the brothers get into a fight, I'm just willing to let them at it.
I'm serious, Cairo says. Tarot cards, crystals, spells, all of it. It's bad news. Magic can only come from the light or the dark, and if it's not from heaven, it's definitely from hell. These people don't know what kind of stuff they're messing with. Hey, Cairo, your Pharisee is showing.
Thames says bluntly. Cairo gives him a loathsome look. Levon doesn't seem bothered by Cairo's opinion. It's almost like she's willing to accept his stupid, angelistic point of view, though I can tell she doesn't agree with it. She probably doesn't want to deal with the lecture. Cairo can be so judgmental. She knew my name, Cassia says. She's still very pale. How? Mala knows everyone, Levon replies. She's the founder of the Legion. The founder? Thames asks curiously. That means she has to be. As far as we know, she's the oldest Nephilim alive, Levon says. Her family left with the original Roma gypsies when they departed India centuries ago. She's been everywhere and seen everything. She has the gift of prophecy. Cairo shifts uneasily. She could be a prophet, but she's still dabbling in things she shouldn't be. Cairo, I don't feel so well, Cassia says. Can you take me back to the house, please? Cairo's tone instantly changes. Of course. He offers an arm to Cassia, and she takes it. The two of them leave the group abruptly, without saying goodbye. Levon is on her phone. She seems to text a lot. I've got to go. Keep an eye on Cass, okay? Mala's prophecies have a way of getting to people. Okay, see you later, I say. Levon hurries off, her nose still in her phone, fingers flying furiously over the buttons. Who is she talking to that she has to respond so urgently? What's that all about? Thames asks, jerking his thumb in Cassia's direction. I hesitate. Should I tell Thames what Mala prophesied about Cassia? It seemed like something private. I decide Cassia's prophecy is hers to tell, so I say, I'm not sure, but do you want to hear about my reading? Sure. You want to go shopping? Thames motions his head in the direction of the stores. I really don't feel like going back and being nagged by Mr. Holier-than-thou. A boy who likes to take his girlfriend shopping, I say with a happy sigh. Could I have gotten any luckier? Hell no, Thames laughs. I'm literally the best, and you know it. Oh, shut up, I say, and I smack his arm. Thames opens the door for me into the nearest shop. It's a clothing store for women. I take my time browsing the racks and telling Thames about my fortune, though he doesn't seem to mind waiting. I don't know. Do you think it's real? I ask, pulling a long skirt off the rack. The angel bone dice seemed very powerful. I don't know if I believe in it, but in our world, anything's possible, Thames says. I'm more open-minded than Cairo. If Mala's as old as Levon says, she's either crazy or she's got more power than any of us could imagine. I would listen to her. But what does it mean? I ask. Allow yourself to wander? Follow your ancestors? It's like some weird metaphysical thing. Maybe it wasn't meant to be taken literally. You're thinking too much, Thames says. He sees the collection of loose, flowy shirts and pretty skirts in my arms, along with a pair of leather slip-ons. I recognize the look in his eyes a moment too late. Before I can defend myself, Thames grabs the clothes in my arms and clings them to his chest. Thames, no, I say, lunging forward. I attempt to snatch the clothes out of his hands, but he lifts them away. I don't want you paying for that. Too bad, he chuckles. You like it, I buy it. You do this every time we go shopping, I whine. Let me pay for once. Not a chance. Thames saunters over to the register like he's Daddy Warbucks. I get that he has the money. Thames, Cairo, and Clara all made sure to put their massive fortunes in international savings accounts and trust funds a few days before we made it to the bunker. But come on, a girl wants to pay her own way every once in a while. Cass is gonna think I'm a gold digger, I grumble as we head back. I don't think I've spent $1 since we started dating. Not that we go out to shop much, but every once in a while, when we were living in Texas, Thames and I would sneak out to the mall to stop ourselves from going stir-crazy in the bunker. We always came back with bags full of stuff that he had bought for me. I like spending money on my girl, Thames says, and he hands me the bag full of new clothes. Get used to it. My stomach rumbles. I want some lunch. I'm planning to pull out that frozen pizza I saw last night in the freezer. I hope there's more than one. Thames will eat a whole pizza by himself. Though, if there's no peanut butter and jelly to spread on it, I'm out. Maybe I'll call Cass over, and Levon, have a girls' day. Get my sister's mind off the weird grandma. Cass's door is open, Thames says abruptly, when we get within sight of the cottages. It's true. The door is hanging open, waving loosely in the thin breeze. Maybe they left it that way, to get some air, I suggest, though a dark, hollow pit is beginning to form in my stomach. Thames has got fire rippling up his fingertips. My daggers are still in our house, but I don't have time to get them now, not if my sister is in trouble. My shoulder blades are tingling. Despite my wings being broken, they can still sense danger. We walk into Cassia's house. I put the shopping bag on the floor. Cass? My steps on the wooden floor echo.
Cairo.
Thames' call is louder than mine. There's no response. Either they left, or something is really wrong. I round the couch, and my foot hits something. Cairo's leg. He's sprawled on the floor on his stomach, completely still, though he's still breathing. It looks like something came from around the corner and knocked him out. There's only two things I know of that are strong enough to knock a Nephilim out cold. An angel or a demon.
Cairo.
Thames kneels by his brother and shakes him roughly.
Wake up, bro.
Cairo groggily comes around. His head lifts. His eyes are clouded for a moment before they instantly clear.
Cassia.
Cairo shoves Thames out of the way and scrambles to his feet. He runs to the stairs. The two of us follow, my heart pounding in a sick, nauseated fashion. What sick creature has got its hands on my sister? Cairo kicks down the bedroom door. Cassia is sprawled on the bed, frozen. She's awake, her eyes open, but the rest of her body seems paralyzed. Her black wings are spread out behind her, quivering in pain. A deep gash on her neck gushes blood. From that gash, a creature of hell feasts. I'm ready to kill, mutilate, and fry the monster that hovers above her. It looks like a decomposing cadaver, given ability to walk and move. Rotting flesh and white skin clings to the demon's form. As we enter the room, the demon turns. It's got 2 slits for eyes, black pits without pupils, and sharp teeth as long as my forearm. When it opens its mouth to snarl at us, its throat forms a red, glowing hole that resembles the pits of hell. A Jikaninki, a ghoul familiar that feasts on mortals and half-mortals both, has infiltrated the Immortal Legion, and it's feeding on my sister.
Chapter 7. Cassia. I'm paralyzed. Once the demon sunk its fangs into my neck, I couldn't move. I've been sitting here for 5 minutes, unable to do anything, even able to call for help. Each of my limbs are frozen as the Jikininki feasts on the flesh from my neck. Its long, forked tongue licks at the droplets of blood on my skin, fangs nibbling at my tendons. The door bursts open. Relief floods my veins. Cairo, Thames, and Faline. My family. Cairo emits a rage-filled roar and runs at the demon. The creature squeals and jumps out of the way, the hanging flesh on its body swinging. Cairo raises his sword hand and the weapon appears, wrapped tightly in his fingers. Cairo charges. The demon sidesteps Cairo's swing, and my boyfriend goes slamming into the wardrobe. I try to get up. I can't. I'm too weak. Lena's sword materializes in her palm. She runs at the Jikininki and jumps high into the air, yanking the sword backward like she's about to take flight. Midway through the leap, Lena gives a cry of pain, and her body bends. She falls in a twisting fashion onto the floor, body landing with a thick thump. Thames's eyes flash to her, then me, not knowing who he should help. The monster backhands Cairo, and his cry of pain causes Thames to act. He hurtles forward and tackles the demon to the ground. The Jikininki scratches at Thames with long claws, but the cuts only burn like fire upon Thames's skin before healing. Thames tosses the demon into a corner, where it crashes against a desk. The desk shatters, wood snapping and legs flying everywhere. Thames and Cairo move in on both sides. The demon snarls, attempting to slither its way out, but there's nowhere to go. With the Jikininki cornered, Cairo dives. His blade sings as it lands in the demon's heart. The monster lets out a mournful cry, my blood still on its lips. Cairo snarls. He pushes the blade in deeper, and the monster explodes into a pile of ash. Cairo drops his sword. He turns on his heel and rushes to me, his ashen fingers trembling over the gash on my neck. "Cassia," his words are thick. "I'm so sorry. I should have caught it before it got to you." "It wasn't your fault, Cairo," I tell him. "I went upstairs to take a nap, since I didn't get any sleep the night before. After I laid down, a demon emerged from the staircase. After it tackled me, it started gnawing on my neck." "Let me." Lena is up off the floor. She comes back from the bathroom holding gauze and thick padding. She wraps my neck tightly until the bleeding stops, then securely tapes the loose ends. I sit up, lightheaded. Cairo's arm is firmly behind me, to catch me if I fall backwards. "I don't understand. This isn't right," Lena thinks aloud. "A Jikininki should have never attacked you. They feed on corpses, not live people." "Right. It knocked Cairo out and didn't even taste him," Thames responds. "It should have left Cassia alone." Cairo's eyes lock on mine. I know the answer to their questions, because I'm practically dead already. I feel so plain, gray almost, like my colors are fading away to be replaced by muted tones. I've learned to live half alive. No wonder the Jikininki mistook me for a walking corpse. I feel like one lately. There are footsteps on the staircase. Lavon comes bursting in, followed by Alan. Her gaze trails from the pile of ashes on the floor to my neck. "What happened?" "You let a demon in here," Cairo instantly accuses. "What kind of alliance are you, allowing a demon to wander through camp?" "This has never happened in the Immortal Legion before," Lavon says, her voice a low growl. "We have guards posted at every station into the village. This shouldn't have happened. He can't have gotten in by himself." "Well, he just did," Cairo snaps, "and Cassia had to pay for it." Lavon looks to me. "Cass, you okay?" "Yeah," I grimace. "Can't say it wasn't a surprise, though. I thought you said this place was safe." "It is," Lavon insists. "Like I said, this has never happened before." I groan and lie my head on Cairo's shoulder. I feel like throwing up, like some sort of thick substance is sticking to my insides. I want to get it out. Alan looks the most concerned out of all of us. "All of you need to stay in your homes. Lock the doors and check your entire cottage for more demons. I will have guards stationed at the hospital to protect your mother. As of this moment, the village is on lockdown. Lavon, come with me. We must be certain no more demons have infiltrated the camp." Alan sweeps away, his daughter following. My eyes begin to droop. Cairo guides me to a chair in the corner. "Change the sheets," Cairo barks at his brother. Thames and Lena hastily hurry to follow his command. Cairo kneels in front of me and takes my chin in his hand, turning my head from one side to the other slowly. I follow his movements like a zombie, without thought. "Your eyes are dilated." His mouth is a straight line. "That's not a good sign. You should go to the hospital." "I'll be okay," I say. God, my voice sounds so pathetic right now. I just need to sleep. Thames and Lena finish putting new sheets on the bed. The ruined ones have been tossed in the hamper. I can still smell the blood. Cairo helps me lie down. His form is blurry as he stands over me. "Do you want me to stay a while?" "Yes," I whisper. "Please stay." Thames and Lena glance at each other before saying hasty goodbyes, promising to come right over if they hear anything suspicious. Cairo lies beside me, putting an arm around me and pulling me closely to his chest. His heartbeat is the only thing living between us. Mine stopped beating long ago. I fall into unconsciousness, inky fingers like death wrapping themselves around my mind as I drift off into oblivion. My sleep is fitful and full of nightmares that I can't escape. I try to make myself snap out of it, but I end up sleeping throughout the rest of the day and all night. It's like I'm trapped inside my mind, unable to escape. When I wake up the next morning, I find that my stomach feels even worse, like some sort of poison has infected my system. I feel more lightheaded and weak than I did yesterday. What is wrong with me? I stumble downstairs. Cairo is waiting at the counter with a mug of coffee. I know that look. He's thinking. His deep expression changes when he notices me. He immediately abandons his coffee and jogs to the stairs to help. He takes my arm and takes me carefully to the table. I can walk okay, I tell him as I settle into a kitchen chair. You slept a long time. Do you feel better? He asks, raising an eyebrow as he sits across from me. I open my mouth to lie before I decide honesty is better. No, worse, actually. Cairo grimaces. That's okay. We'll put off seeing my dad. I don't think so. We're doing this today, like we planned, I say firmly. You're not healthy. We can wait until you get better, Cairo says. My small hands are completely enveloped by his large, strong ones. I shake my head. No, this is more important. Each day we put this off, Roman gets stronger and stronger. This can't wait. I'm worried you're not well enough to handle the teleport. I'll manage. I smirk at him. I'm stronger than you think. Cairo brushes his knuckles across my cheek. Cassia, you're stronger than me 10 times over. You've proved that every day since the moment I met you. I smile at him. It's a secret smile, one that can only be shared between two lovers who've known each other as long as we have. I've given Cairo everything, my heart, my soul, my life, and whatever else is in my power to release to him. Except for one thing. I only wish I could give him my body, too. Eric stole that from me, and I'm not sure how to steal it back. Cairo calls Thames and Lena over. They show up after breakfast. I couldn't eat much. My stomach feels full, like I've devoured a 4-course meal. Thames is dressed in his usual black t-shirt and dark-washed jeans, though Lena is different. Her hair is pulled back into a half-up, half-down style, and she's got on a loose peasant shirt with a sparkly purple skirt that reaches down to her ankles. Leather slippers, like we saw Mala wear, are on her feet. She looks like an Immortal Legion member. She's certainly fitting in with more ease than I am. At least Lena's not wearing pajama pants this time. I allow myself a goofy grin. Cairo doesn't say anything about Lena's clothes. Are you guys ready? We're going after my dad, today. Is Cass all right? Thames asks. She looks like shit. Shut up, Thames, I mumble. He grins. She says she's well enough to handle it, Cairo states. But if she gets any sicker, we'll come right back. Fair enough, I say. I force myself to stand and take Cairo's hand. Lena takes Cairo's other hand and then grabs Thames. Cairo begins the teleportation. I'm forced to close my eyes as an array of colors and lights twirl around us. When we land, I can smell the saltiness of the Mediterranean Sea, taste it upon my chapped lips. The weather is fair, warm, and calm. We've landed in an olive grove outside a vineyard. It's sunny, with a light breeze. In the distance is a Grecian-style mansion, built with white stone and swirling columns. We're in Greece, all right.
This is it. Cairo points. The Vineyard of Angels. Athaios said my father poses as a winery owner here.
He starts walking toward the vineyard.
Come on.
The four of us weave our way in and out of the trellises thick with grapes. As we draw close to the mansion, I notice the color slowly draining from Cairo's face. He's stiff and scared. I cling to his arm. "Hey," I say to him, "no matter what happens in there, nothing really changes. You'll always have me." Cairo doesn't respond, merely nods. When our feet hit the marble steps of the mansion, it's like the floor comes out from under us. Cairo grabs the lion's head knocker on the door and taps it 3 times. After a few moments, the door opens and a man appears. I know without a doubt it's him. Christopher has his wings out, but he's not in his full form. The 4 wings are golden in color, shimmering like they're actually made of the precious metal. As they disappear behind him, I'm drawn to his facial features, a face that looks like it's been hand-carved by the gods, golden hair, even brilliant gold eyes. No wonder Clara fell in love with him. Anyone would. He's captivating. A woman would make an utter fool of herself just to get close to him. Both boys take after their mother, but God, Cairo is so much like Christopher. I can see it in the structure of his muscular body, even through the gray suit he wears. He stands in the same way, proudly, with his shoulders back and chin high. Christopher appears to know who we are, too.
I was wondering when you would come,
Christopher says. His voice is gravelly, yet light. He opens the door to us. We enter, footsteps echoing across the tile. Christopher leads us to a room made of glass, a beautiful fountain in the middle. The fountain is marble, a sculpted design of Cupid at the top. There's a bar in the room. Christopher strides elegantly to it, with the same walk that made me fall in love with Cairo all those years ago, and picks up a glass. He takes a flask of red wine and pours a drink, then hands it to his son. Christopher doesn't offer the rest of us a drink. Cairo sips at the wine cautiously, waiting. Thames looks nervous. I guess being a demon in a house of angels has him spooked. Lena's eyes are narrowed, daring Christopher, or anyone who has the nerve, to attack her man. We shouldn't have brought these 2. They're too hard to control. Cairo finishes the glass.
It's good,
he says.
The best I've ever tasted, actually.
Yes, Christopher replies coolly.
A wine meant for the angels and not for mortals.
The conversation is so common it throws me off. I don't know what I was expecting. Some grand reunion? A fight? Perhaps even a surprise, good or bad. I was imagining something grand, something harder, and not easy. Tears? A hug, even? It's not like that. It's normal and a little awkward, like an introduction between strangers. Christopher pours his own glass of wine before he starts sipping. It's like the rest of us aren't even in the room.
Tell me, my son, why have you come?
Getting right down to brass tacks, I see. Cairo clears his throat. Christopher holds out the wine flask and pours Cairo more wine. Cairo takes a sip and says,
There is an angel, a colleague of yours, perhaps. His name is Roman. I have heard of him. I used to do missions with him centuries ago. I have heard of his plans to remake the earth into a utopia.
Christopher pours himself even more wine.
I wonder why you think it's my business.
A thought crosses my mind. I've been with the angel all of 2 minutes, and I already know. You only need one word to describe Christopher. Okay, maybe 3. Passive, apathetic, emotionless. That about sums it up. Cairo takes a breath. It is everyone's business. It is the world's business. Roman wants to make himself a god. The Almighty would never allow it, Christopher says. Roman will fall in time. Yet not before he brings destruction. Cairo swallows. You mean he won't succeed? Christopher swirls the wine around in his glass. It's really starting to annoy me. Ultimately, he will fail. But the question is... Christopher sips his wine again. How many lives will he destroy before the Almighty considers it time to remove him? That answer falls on mortals, and your kind. Cairo puts his glass down on the bar. Help us, then. Stop Roman from taking more lives than necessary. Help us bring him to an end before God has to intervene. Christopher shakes his head slowly. I cannot help you defeat Roman. It is not my place, nor my duty. He pauses. Though there is something that can. Christopher finally puts his glass down. A good thing, too, because I was going to snatch it out of his hands and break it. I trust you have a copy of this. From underneath the bar, Christopher pulls out a thick, leather-bound book. I recognize it as the same tome I stole from Cairo back in high school. I used it to figure out what he and Thames were. We lost it when the bunker went up in smoke. The Book of Nephilim, Cairo breathes. We used to. It is actually part of a much longer work called the Angelic Codex, Christopher informs him. He presses the book into Cairo's hands and states, The Angelic Codex was composed by biblical authors from the church long ago. It was a guide, everything they knew about angels and demons, and how to kill them. I can tell Thames is dying to say something. I step on his foot to keep him quiet. He glares at me, but I jerk my head toward Christopher and insist he listen. The angels wouldn't allow such a thing to exist, Cairo says. They'd destroy it. Christopher nods. Correct. And so, centuries ago, that was our mission. We attempted to burn the Codex, but magic has been put upon it, preventing its demise by angelic kind. And so each of the angels took a certain page of the Codex and hid it around the world, so neither humanity, nor demons, nor Nephilim would ever be able to find it. Christopher stares forward with that passionless expression of his. The page that was assigned to me was the one that had instructions on how to destroy angels. Do you have it? Cairo takes a step closer. If you do, it changes everything. The page of the Angelic Codex I took is hidden in an ancient Mesopotamian temple outside Jerusalem, Christopher tells him, called the Temple of Infinite Wonders. I know that place, Lena outbursts, and I cringe. Athaios talked about it in my ancient history class. Yes. Christopher doesn't seem amused. He doesn't even look at her. It is deep within the crypts there, though getting to it will be difficult. The temple has a guardian hidden inside. Will you go with us to help obtain the page? Cairo asks hopefully. Seeing that gleam in his eyes, that prayer, it hurts. Christopher shakes his head. I will not. I belong here, with the angels. It's like Christopher took a bat and started beating Cairo with it. The expression on Cairo's face. God, I want to kill this dick. Can't you just tell us how to kill Roman? You had the instructions, Thames snaps. I can't blame Thames for reacting. Christopher is hurting his brother.
You have no right to speak here, demon,
Christopher warns. His wings appear again, beating in a threatening way.
You're very fortunate that I allow you to stand here on holy ground. If you shared no blood with my son, your life would be mine.
Answer the question, Lena snarls. Great, now she's starting to lose her cool. I'm a Nephilim. You must answer me. Christopher curls his nose at her before replying,
I was forbidden to look at the page, so I did not.
Of course. He's an angel. No free will to do so. He's forced to follow orders. That isn't anything to go on, Lena replies, irritated.
You're lucky that I told you where to locate the only piece of information left on Earth that tells you how to destroy our kind,
Christopher says sharply. Cairo tucks the book under his arm. He seems calm still, amazingly.
Before I leave, just answer me one question,
Cairo says. Christopher purses his lips.
Anything.
Cairo licks his lips.
Why didn't you stay?
The words hover in the air. Everyone in the room is affected by them, except his father.
I made a mistake,
Christopher says.
I committed a sin and repented for it. I never should have been with your mother. It was a temporary lapse of judgment, and I did not wish to make my ledger blacker by raising you, a child birthed out of wedlock, in a union that goes against nature.
Cairo holds his breath. Christopher's final words are harsh and cruel, though I doubt he perceives them that way.
Your conception was an accident that should have never taken place. That is the honest truth.
It's like glass shattering, and the fragments are what Christopher is using to cut his son to pieces. Cairo told me after we met my dad that watching Roman torment me that day was the most painful thing he'd ever gone through. At first, I didn't understand. Now I do. I would give anything to stop the rampant destruction Christopher is wreaking inside Cairo right now. From the moment I met him, Cairo has considered himself an abomination, a freak, a sin. I've spent years trying to convince him otherwise. Now, this jerk has undone everything and made it 10 times worse. His own father thinks he's a mistake. If I knew it wouldn't hurt Cairo, this guy would be in pieces underneath my spear right now.
No.
Thames pulls away from Lena and strides toward his brother.
Fuck no. Screw this guy, Cairo. You aren't a mistake.
Thames grabs his brother's arm, but Cairo's not listening. He's staring at the floor like he wishes he could melt into a puddle onto it. Thames is 2 seconds away from firing up. I think of Thames's own father. Alexander captured me, tortured me, nearly killed me. But at least Thames's dad admitted he loved and still loved Clara. Christopher won't even admit there were feelings at all. Christopher looks my way. He raises an eyebrow and says to Cairo,
Is this your mate?
I don't know how angels refer to significant others, but apparently Cairo does.
Yes,
he says.
She is. Then you'd better start planning her funeral, Christopher replies. She has a matter of days now.
The book drops out of Cairo's hands and slams to the ground. He lunges forward, grabbing Christopher by the edges of his suit. His self-control is completely gone.
What?
He hisses.
What did you say? She's been bitten by a jinky-ninky. I can smell it on her.
Christopher is not affected by his son's outburst. He doesn't even spill his wine.
Jikininki venom is poisonous to a half-mortal. If you do not find an antidote, she will die.
My mind, so muddled for the past 2 days, clears. The thick poison in my stomach. That's what it is. The Jinkininki venom. I'm dying.
How do we save her?
Cairo lifts his father into the air, shouting, "How?"
I do not know. The answer may lie with another immortal. But hurry. You don't have much time.
This asshole is talking about my death like I'm not even here. Cairo, for the first time in all the years I've known him, loses his temper. He tosses Christopher into the air and launches him into the bar. Wine flasks and glasses shatter. Cairo turns his back on his father. He extends both of his hands for us to take. Thames quickly snatches the book of Nephilim that Cairo dropped. All of us grab onto Cairo without another word. The whirling around us is quicker. Like a tornado, the teleportation furious. We appear back in our cottage quickly, the scent of the sea still hanging on our clothes. Cairo collapses onto the couch. He bends over, head between his knees, and puts 2 hands over his ears. He starts rocking back and forth. It looks like he's about to start screaming.
Lena, come on,
Thames says, taking her arm.
He needs space.
But,
Lena, no.
Thames growls. He drags Lena to the door and slams it behind him. I lock it. Cairo and I are left alone. Or rather, I'm left to pick up the pieces. Cairo starts crying. It's not sobbing. Cairo doesn't cry much. But it's a few gentle tears. I ignore the foggy feeling in my head and run to the couch. I sit beside him and wrap my arms around his body.
I knew not to expect much,
he says. His voice is riddled with pins and needles.
Angels don't think like us. Their emotions are different.
Shh, I say. I rub his back in circles calmly. He just doesn't understand. He doesn't have the capability to. Cairo's body shudders beneath my fingertips. I let him cry for a minute because really, there's nothing I can say that will make this better. Tears are the only thing that'll get Christopher's crappy words out of Cairo's system. The worst part of the whole thing is that Christopher isn't even a bad guy. It's just, he considers his own agenda more important than his son's. I guess you can still be a good person, but a shitty parent.
What about you?
Cairo raises his head. He stopped crying, but his face is blurry.
You're sick, Cassia. You've been poisoned. I can't lose you. You're the love of my life, my reason for existing. If something happens to you...
Nothing's going to happen to me, I say, though it sounds like a noose is being drawn around my neck. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I grab Cairo's head and pull it to my chest, holding him. We'll find a cure. Cairo seems terrified, but I'm not. I'm not afraid of death. I don't even believe I'm going to die. The reason? Mala. She said I would make 2 decisions to sacrifice myself, one that was right, and one that I'd regret before it led to my demise. A few days isn't enough time for that prophecy to pass, especially if I'm sick and confined to my bed. Unless Mala's just freaking nuts, and I'm in denial. Cairo starts kissing my neck. His lips trail along my collarbone and dip downward.
I can't lose you. I can't.
He trails off weakly, his hands running through my hair. You will never lose me. No matter what, I'll always be with you, I say. Cairo's lips move upward to mine. We kiss lovingly, fiercely. His drying tears are wet and cold against my cheeks. insistent and pleading. Taken over by a sudden passion, I pull off my shirt and let it drop to the floor. I undo my bra and toss it aside, so I'm in nothing but my jeans. I'm still kissing Cairo, whose eyes are still closed shut. This is it. We're doing this. But when Cairo's hands start to move downward, onto my breasts, images replace my sight. Visions of a darkened, dirty room, a bare mattress, harsh smells. Cairo's smooth face gives way to an unshaven one. His soft designer shirt changes into a stained and dirty coat. Suddenly, it's not him who's touching me. It's Eric. I'm back in Michigan. I'm in Eric's house, and I'm being violated. Stop! 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 I say. I scamper away from him, clawing my way to the other end of the couch. I hastily grapple for my shirt and pull it overhead, sliding it on and wrapping my arms around myself. Cairo's eyes are open. The way he's staring at me is unbearable. I sigh, but it sounds more like a hit to my chest. I've wounded him so badly, again, at a time when he's more vulnerable than I've ever known him to be. Panic fades. I slide back to the other side of the couch. I'm now in the cottage, and no longer back there. I reach out to touch Cairo. He flinches, but I wrap my arms around him anyway. Cairo's voice is dull. I'm not that monster. I press my lips into his wonderful golden hair. I know, Cairo, I know. Cairo rests his face into my chest. You can't die. I can't live without you, Cassia. I won't. Don't worry. I kiss his hair again, and the sickness in my belly leaps. A foreboding feeling creeps over my skin as I feel the poison growing, creeping up my throat, down into my intestines. You don't have much time. We'll find a way.
Chapter 8. Faline.
Lena, you need to go home.
Thames nudges my arm, and I raise my head off a dusty encyclopedia.
You're not helping.
I blink and look around. We're in the Immortal Legion's library, combing through every book and scroll we can get our hands on about immortals. Not good. Only a few mention the Jikaninki at all. And none of them say anything about venom. Not even the Book of Nephilim has any answers. Roman taught me everything about identifying demons and killing them, but nothing about how to save yourself if you were poisoned by one. I guess he assumed I was so good at killing them, I'd never need to know. I have to help you guys, I argue. Cass,
we've been up all night. We're not about to fail her now,
Thames says gently.
Go spend some time with her. Cairo and I have got this.
Cairo's eyes are bloodshot. He doesn't even hear us. He's too engrossed in the book. I suppress a yawn and say, Okay, Thames, call me if you find anything. Thames briefly brushes his fingers over mine before he returns to rereading the Book of Nephilim. We're desperately searching for anything that'll provide an antidote for my sister, but so far, there's nothing. I don't allow myself to think of what will happen if we're too late. I prefer not to deal with bad stuff until it happens. I stop by Cassia's house to grab a few things, thinking she'll need them at the hospital. But I'm shocked to see her curled up on the couch, underneath a blanket, a cup of warm tea in her hands. A heavy, gray knit sweater of Cairo's swallows her body whole. Hey, I thought you were at the hospital, I ask. I sit beside her on the couch and pull the blanket over my own knees, tucking my legs next to hers. She shakes her head. They can't do anything for me. I told them I didn't want to spend my last days at a hospital, and they let me go. Don't say that. We'll fix you, I insist. She shrugs. I peek behind her. A trail of black feathers have been left in her wake all around the house, scattered in thin patterns. Cassia's feathers are falling off. That only happens to a Nephilim when they're near death. I don't think I'm going to die, she says, as if interrupting my thoughts. I just feel awful. She can say that again, In the past 24 hours, her condition has worsened significantly. Her face is hollow, and her pasty skin is sticking to her bones, thin and taut. We can't get her to eat. She doesn't want to. If this is goodbye, I want to say goodbye to Cairo, the right way, before I lose my chance. She gives a sad smile. Not that I could. Now. I'm too weak. What do you mean? I ask. I snuggle into the blanket and pull it up to my nose. She sighs. Thames has probably told you that Cairo and I haven't had sex yet. I don't believe Thames. He can exaggerate sometimes. She raises an eyebrow, and I laugh. Okay, all the time. And I doubt he's hiding in your closet just waiting for the right moment to watch. She laughs. You're right. Then her cracked lips fade, turning downward. But it's true. We haven't. Why? You guys have been dating for 3 years. She puts her head on the couch. Pathetic, I know. It's not pathetic, I say. You're being too hard on yourself. Who cares if you sleep with Cairo or not? Go at your own pace. When you're ready, you're ready. Cairo's never had sex before, so he doesn't know what he's missing. Cass plays with a strand of thread on the blanket. And all my experiences with sexuality were traumatic, so I have nothing to go on. Don't blame yourself, I say. It's not like this is abnormal behavior. Anyone would struggle to move on from what happened to you. I feel so bad, she says. We've tried so many times, but I always end up freaking out before we get anywhere. And then he feels awful, and it makes the next time even harder. It's not your fault. It wasn't like it was just one time, was it? I ask. Eric tortured me for months and months. Her eyes grow darker. There were so many times. When I think back on it, I can hardly remember it. It's like I've blacked it out of my memory. She looks at me. What about you? Have you and Thames had sex? Oh, I see. Trying to get the scoop on Thames' junk? I ask playfully. Sorry. I know it's not my business to ask. She backpedals, and I don't like it. I want us to be open. I'm joking, I laugh. Then I turn serious. No. I don't really know why we haven't yet. I sink further into the cushion. There's no complicated answer like with you guys. You've only been dating for 7 months, Cassia replies. Give it time. I want it now, I complain, and Cassia laughs louder. For real though, I add, when she stops cracking up. Thames is the hottest dude alive. Like, have you seen him without a shirt? Totally sexy. Careful, you've got drool on your chin, she teases. Shut up, I bark back. Anyway, he's handsome and sweet and the nicest guy ever. I cross my legs. It doesn't make sense that I'm afraid to jump his bones. I figured it was because he didn't want to curse you, Cassia says. Drag you down to hell with him for sleeping with him or something. What? I sit up. Did he tell you that? No, but I know Thames. Cassia finally rips the stray thread out of the blanket. He wouldn't want to damn your soul by accident. That's so stupid. I cross my arms. And he talks about Cairo being obsessed with rules. Thames and Cairo are more alike than different, I found. Cassia muses. I was wondering how you guys were doing. I apologize if you think I'm being nosy. You just want the play-by-play on Thames's moves in bed, I tease, and she chuckles. Look at you. You're wasting away from a magical poison, and all you can think about is getting some. Like you can talk, Cassia scoffs. It's hard not to be obsessed when it comes down to Cairo and Thames. Yeah, I say dreamily, and I put my chin on my hand. You can say that again. My stomach growls. Cassia looks up and says, You're hungry. So? I shrug. I've been hungry a lot lately. We haven't gotten many chances to sit down and eat. Go eat. There's stuff in the fridge. She gestures toward it. I'd make it for you, but, you know. Aw, how sweet. But your sickness isn't an excuse for me to pack my fat ass, I argue. I'm fine. There's always an excuse, and your ass is not fat, she rebukes. You just like to eat. I do love to eat. I give in and head to the kitchen. Cassia puts on some cheesy vampire movie. Not how I'd want to spend my last few hours on Earth, but I figure since she's the poisoned one, I'll let her have the TV. I come back with a bag of cheese puffs, a package of cookies, a sandwich, and 2 pops, just in case I finish the other. I'm not hungry, Cassia says, mocking an impression of my voice. I throw a cookie at her to get her to be quiet. With my mouth full, I say, I should head back soon, continue helping the guys. I don't want to think about it, Cassia says quietly. I just want a day to be normal. I have trouble swallowing. Cassia is so determined to get away, just for a little while. She wants to pretend that none of this bad stuff is happening. And I'm not about to leave her by herself when she needs me here. Then I'm not going anywhere, I say. I'll spend the day with you. She smiles. Thanks, Lena. I didn't want to be alone today. You're never alone, I tell her. You have Emily looking out for you. You're right. Her frown deepens, gaze becoming distant. I wish we could have spared some time to grieve, both her and Sydney. Me too. With all the chaos, we haven't gotten to say goodbye to Sydney. The Immortal Legion buried her in its graveyard without us being there. We've been too busy trying to save the world, and now, save Cass, to plan a funeral. We haven't even notified her parents. They're probably sick with worry that their daughter has been gone for months. Nobody wants to give them the horrible news she's gone. Cassie and I didn't get to say goodbye to Emily either. We had to flee to Texas before her parents had even picked a date for her viewing. What was the point of all that? I asked Cassia blatantly. We kept Sydney's body alive for months and months, hoping we'd get our chance to kill Cody and get her soul back. And we never did. She just died, and we couldn't do anything. I don't know if there is a point, Cassia says softly. We did everything we could to save her, and in the end, we couldn't. There was nothing we could do, yet we tried anyway. We didn't give up. That's the important part. It wasn't a wasted effort. Was it? I ask angrily. It seems. It wasn't, Cassia says sharply. I, for one, aren't willing to throw sick people away just because the end is certain, unlike our father. I nod. Yeah, you're right, Cass. I guess there aren't any answers. Sometimes, bad stuff just is. I just hope my sister doesn't meet the same fate. I eat the whole package of cookies. I try to make Cassia laugh by shoving cheese puffs up my nose. I'm so mature. And we crack up at all the stupid parts in the vampire movie. We talk about girl stuff, like clothes and where we want to travel someday, and our boys. We don't mention that she's dying, and I can't do anything about it. This is how it would be if we weren't fighting demons and battling Nephilim. Just Cass and me. Normal sisters. Happy. After we've gone through the second vampire movie, which was even more terrible than the first, but strangely addicting and a guilty pleasure. There's a knock on the door. Lavon comes in. She hasn't been sleeping either. Hey, Cass. She crosses the room and sits in front of the couch. She glances at the TV. This movie? Crappy choice. The crappiest, Cassia croaks. Lavon attempts to smile, but it doesn't shine through. Her attention is on me. Have Thames and Cairo gotten anywhere with their research? The look on my face is apparently enough of an answer for her. Let's go back over Christopher's words. Maybe there's a hint there, or a clue, Lavon suggests. Guys, can we drop this? Cassia snaps. I don't really want to talk about it. Hold on, I say slowly. Something's coming to me. Lavon might be onto something. Onto what? Cassia asks, frustrated. She slams the remote onto the couch, pouting. I hate that I'm shoving reality into her face, on a day when she just wants to disappear. But this, it just might save her life. Christopher said that the cure might lie with another immortal, I say, thinking back on his words. But what kind of immortal can cure poison? Lavon taps her chin. None that I know of, but there is one immortal that might have the answer to a cure. A Gorgon. It's like a light bulb goes off in my head. Yes, I've fought them before. Lavon, that's perfect! What's a Gorgon? Cass asks curiously. Gorgons are truth seekers, I tell her. They're familiars that spend their time learning when not hunting humans. They spend centuries in study. If anyone has the recipe for an antidote, a Gorgon will. But where do we find one? We don't have time to go searching for one. Cassia argues. Simple. We lay a trap, I say. I stand up, put my hands on my hips, and look at Lavon. You thinking what I'm thinking? Lavon grins. Oh, hells yeah. Let's catch ourselves a demon.
Chapter 9. Cassia. The woods outside the village are calm, peaceful. We're past the Legion's borders, but only just, so if we get into too much trouble, we can call for help. Lena had to push me in a wheelchair to get me up here. It's near twilight. Even the birds are quiet, as if they know what we're going to do.
Shouldn't we have told your boyfriend where we are?
Lavon asks me. She sets a noose made of thin, jagged wire on the ground and covers it up with dead leaves and debris. If it gets close, the trap will snag its foot and the demon will be caught. I shake my head. I don't want to get Cairo's hopes up if this plan goes wrong.
It's not going to go wrong, Lena says scathingly. I've handled plenty of gorgons.
Yeah, when you were at the top of your game, I think, but I stay silent. Lavon, a mortal, is the only one out of all of us who can really fight anymore. It doesn't give me much hope.
When she shows up, don't look her in the eyes,
Lena tells me. She's got her sword out already and is crouched beside me, hidden in the bushes.
If you do, you'll be turned to stone.
They're like Medusa? I ask.
Yeah,
Lena nods.
Exactly. A gorgon can only be lured by the blood of her sisters,
Lavon says, and she pulls a vial out of her pocket.
Luckily, I've fought enough of them that I have a good supply.
Lavon crouches downward. She spills the gorgon blood over the noose. It has a reeking, rich smell that makes the Nephilim in me curl inward.
Now,
Lavon says,
we wait.
She joins Lena and I and takes hold of her short swords, taking a similar position to Lena. A few minutes pass. The sun falls, bathing the earth in an orangish glow, and the world grows cold. Then, just before the sun vanishes, Lavon points.
Look!
A demon emerges from the wood, in human skin. At first, she appears beautiful, a lovely Grecian woman, wearing a clean white toga, long blonde hair flowing down her back. She has a perfectly contoured face, red lips, and darkly shadowed eyes. Then I realize that the beautiful female is only a mask to hide what really lurks underneath. I look closer, and my Nephilim eyes reveal the truth. The demon's true form appears. Her face is still beautiful, but the rest of her is not. Her milky skin is green and scaly like a snake's. Boar tusks protrude from her lips, and brown bat wings curve in an arc behind her head. Her hands are tipped with sharp claws, like birds' talons. The strands of blonde hair have turned into dozens of poisonous vipers, hissing and displaying their fangs. The gorgon scans the forest, looking for enemies. She turns my way, and I instantly look down. We can't make eye contact. If we do, I won't have to worry about death by poison, because I'll be a statue instead. When nothing emerges to attack, the gorgon seems satisfied. She stoops down and sniffs the spilled blood, taking a step closer and knocking over the tripwire. That's when the trap goes off. The metal snare catches, wrapping around the gorgon's leg and sinking in to draw blood. The gorgon emits a guttural screech and attempts to take off, flapping her wings frantically. Though she rises into the air, the snare holds. It slices deeper into her ankle as she twists and turns in an attempt to break free. The gorgon lands, screeching and wailing.
"Cover her eyes!"
Lavon hisses, and the two girls spring out from the bushes. Lena tackles the gorgon from behind and onto the ground. Lavon pulls a blindfold from one of the many pockets in her combat suit and ties it over the gorgon's eyes, while Lena fastens the gorgon's hands and wings to its sides, using iron chains. The gorgon hisses and spits as the girls tie her. The snakes on her head lunge out to bite, but my friends manage to dodge the blows. They only step back when the gorgon has been sufficiently subdued.
Let go of me at once! The Gorgon spits. The snakes shoot venom and the girls jump back. You are making a very big mistake.
We'll let you go if you answer our questions, Lavon says. We're not here to hurt you.
Oh, really? The Gorgon sneers. I can see that, as your trap nearly hacked my ankle off.
You'll heal once we release you. Tell us what we need to know, Lena says bluntly.
Ask it then, the Gorgon says snidely. Any question you have, I will answer. But you will never be able to implement that knowledge once you let me go free, for I am Persis, slaughterer of mortals and immortals alike.
Familiars rarely have names, Lena replies.
I am very old, Nephilim girl. I have earned my name,
Persis says hatefully. She struggles against the chains.
Ask the question and prepare for doom.
Lena opens her mouth to ask, but then Lavon puts a hand on her wrist and holds her back. Wait, she says. There's something wrong. Lena pauses, and I do too. Something in the woods is different than before. The air, it's hotter. I smell smoke.
You need to let me go.
For the first time, Persis seems scared.
Please, unbind me.
Sulfur and ash. I can smell it. Lena, I say, and I rise from my wheelchair. I open my hand and my spear appears, though I can barely hold it up. He's coming. 2 hellhounds bound from the trees, mottled and burning flesh clinging to their terrifying skeletons. They ignore Lena and go for Lavon. My friend slashes her blades at the hellhounds. Her movements are so quick she's able to keep them at bay. The dogs snap their jaws at her, but they're unable to get close enough to deliver a bite. I stumble out of my wheelchair and into the clearing. As I do so, another figure appears. I recognize his stupid, evil mug the second he gives us that ridiculous smirk of his. It's Cody, my sister's tormentor. I so want to punch him in the face. You, Lena hisses. She raises her sword. Ready for another ass-kicking? Cody laughs.
If I remember correctly, you haven't been able to kick my ass yet.
That changes today. Lena charges at him before I can hold her back. She sweeps her sword to the side and attempts to cut Cody in half, but he brandishes her weapon to the side with his own easily. Lena tries hitting him again and again, but Cody's movements are too quick and fierce. His blade burns with fire, intensifying as Lena continues her hits. My sister breaks out in a sweat, and I hobble toward the fight with my spear held up lamely. Already the forest is spinning around me. I can't fight. Cody's not even in his full form, and he's toying with her like she's an amateur. With Lavon tied up with the hellhounds and me being poisoned, we can't help her. In a quick movement I hardly see, Cody disarms Lena. He tosses her sword to the other side of the forest and grabs her with one arm, pinning her to his chest. He leans down and delivers a nasty kiss to her lips.
Did you miss me, babe?
Let her go, I growl. I lunge at him with my spear, but trip and fall. I collapse on all fours, looking up at my baby sister. I'm so useless right now. I can't protect her. Cody laughs, tugging Lena away.
I'll just leave you two here to die while I take your sister back to Daddy. Sound good? Like hell you will.
As if he's a savior risen from hell, Thames comes down from the sky, along with Cairo. Both boys have their wings out and are flying above the scene, weapons drawn. With her captor distracted, Lena brings her elbow back and rams it into Cody's balls. Cody collapses. Lena scampers to me and leans me against her chest.
Cass, you okay?
I lean forward and throw up. Black bile, sticky and hot, sprays out of my mouth and onto the grass. Cass! Lena grabs me by my shoulders and steadies me. Through vision that's fading in and out, I watch the scene. Cairo handles the hellhounds. He joins Lavon's side and uses his sword to chase them backward. Thames isn't messing around. He's in his full demon form, his ashen, flaming body raising the temperature in the area by 10 degrees. He rams his blade into Cody's again and again.
I thought I told you to stay away from my girl,
Thames snarls. He dodges a punch from Cody and delivers a harsh kick to Cody's stomach. The demon staggers backward but recovers quickly.
I've always loved a challenge,
Cody growls back.
You being in the way only makes her more attractive to me.
Thames roars and rams his arm into Cody's chest. Cody goes flying backward into his hellhounds. He tumbles head over heels, bleeding from a cut lip. Then he smirks.
Thanks for confirming things for us, guys. You just made my job a whole lot easier.
Cody vanishes, taking his hellhounds with him and leaving the Gorgon behind. His laughter echoes around the woodland even after he's gone.
What did he mean by that?
Lavon says, panicked.
What did he mean?
Cass. Cairo drops his weapon. He runs across the length of the clearing to me. Lena's still holding me up. I waver. Cairo drops to the ground and holds my face in his hands, despite it being covered in black puke. That's true love, folks.
This is bad. This is really bad,
Lavon worries.
No demon has figured out the location of the Immortal Legion before. They know where we're hiding.
Screw the Immortal Legion! Cassie is dying! Thames shouts. He's back in his human form, pacing around us nervously. The Gorgon is silent and still. Her snakes stand at attention, listening. I search for blue eyes. Cairo? I whisper. My breath fades and I fall forward. Strength fades and hope flickers. We were too late. The poison is taking me. I say his name one last time before I pass out into sweet and sanctified darkness.
Chapter 10. Faline. Cassia is limp and frail in Cairo's arms. He shakes her and yells so she'll regain consciousness, but she doesn't waken. She's running out of time. The Gorgon is snickering. That's it. I'm done playing around. I stomp over to her and grab a fistful of snakes, then haul her up by her hair. You, I snarl. Tell me how to save my sister. I let her go as the snakes lunge for my hand. Persis laughs again and says, "The cure for the Janinki venom cannot be found on this earth. It can be only located in one place. Purgatory." Purgatory, I breathe. The in-between for souls ferried from earth to heaven. It's a place meant for mortals, not for angels, nor demons. Beware, Persis breathes. A Nephilim may only enter purgatory once, and never again. If you fail to find the cure before you leave, you will not be able to go back. Okay, easy, Thames says, though it doesn't sound easy at all. Persis laughs. Not so. Purgatory has a time limit. A living soul will only be able to visit there for a period lasting no longer than 3 days. Any longer will cause the soul to become trapped there, forever. Cairo gently lies Cassia onto the ground, then stands. We don't have 3 days. There's a major issue. If we enter purgatory, there's no way out, I say, and the Gorgon remains silent. None that I know of. It doesn't matter, Cairo says firmly. I will go. Bro, hold on. Thames starts. Let's think about this. There's nothing to think about, Cairo says viciously. I'm not letting Cassia die. He looks to the Gorgon. How do we get there? The Gorgon twists her body like a swaying serpent. There are portals. I may open a portal to purgatory, but I cannot help you get back. I will do this in exchange for my freedom. The Gorgon spits, and the snakes hiss again. I want immunity against the Immortal Legion, and a promise they will never hunt me again. No deal, Lavon says instantly. We're not giving you a free pass to maim and murder. Lavon, please, I plead. It's Cass. Lavon's face is tight, but she glances at Cassia, then nods. How can we trust you? Thames snarls. You could open a portal to hell, or God knows where else. You could trick us. Cairo steps in front of his brother. It doesn't matter. I don't care what it takes. He stares at the Gorgon. Do it. The Gorgon nods. She bends, whispering some arcane chant. Beside her blossoms a large silver portal, glowing and swirling. You can't see anything that lies beyond, only white feathers floating in the ether between. A harmonious sound emits from the other side, but it's not comforting. It's chilling. Beckoning. Cairo steps toward the portal. Cairo, wait. Thames grabs his brother's arm. If you go in there, there's no guarantee you'll come back. Cairo yanks his arm away. His expression is colder than stone. If I don't go, it's a guarantee that my girlfriend will die, and I'm not letting that happen, Thames. I'll find a cure, and I'll find a way back. I promise. Cairo turns around. He stoops to the ground and brushes back Cassia's hair. He kisses the top of her head tenderly in what seems like a final goodbye, or perhaps a final vow, before he rights himself. His wings are firmly tucked into his sides as he faces the portal. Keep Cassia safe, he says, and he steps through. The portal swallows him up instantly in a halo of light, and his body vanishes within the swirling silver mass. Where Cairo once was, he is not. He's in purgatory now. Thames looks like he's about to throw up. There's a cackling sound. The Gorgon is laughing and laughing. What's so funny? I snap. She keeps chuckling. He went for nothing, she says. Only purgatory can cleanse a soul of the Janinki's poison. The ill person must venture there as treatment. His sacrifice was useless. He is trapped for good. What? Thames grabs the Gorgon and lifts her up. His hands begin burning with a furious fire. You lied to us. I did not lie. You assumed, the Gorgon says, though her laughs are turning to whimpers of pain. Her snakes hiss and cry out as sparks dance upon her skin. The Gorgon begins screaming as Thames' flames lick up her body. The smell of singed flesh permeates the woodland as Thames begins burning her alive. Thames, stop! I rip him off the Gorgon, heart pounding. We still need her. You promised to set me free if I answered your questions, she hisses. You double-crossed us, Thames growls. You'll be lucky if I don't kill you by the end of this. Cairo. A weakened voice emits behind us. My sister is standing. She's woken up, still deathly ill. Lavon starts forward to help her, but Cassia shoves her away. I have to save Cairo. The portal is still swirling at the Gorgon's side. I catch her looking at it and say, No, Cass. No. You heard the Gorgon. I'll get better once I enter purgatory. Cassia murmurs. I'll cure myself, save Cairo, and once we figure out a way back to Earth, we'll meet you guys at the Immortal Legion. But neither of you will be able to leave purgatory. You'll be trapped, Thames shouts. I don't have a choice. Cassia staggers forward, and I reach out to catch her. She collapses into my arms, then rights herself again. You two need to go to the Temple of Infinite Wonders, Cassia says. Find the page of the Angelic Codex. Figure out how to defeat Roman. We can't leave until we know you guys are all right, Thames insists. His voice wavers. He's losing control. No, if Cairo and I don't come back, you two need to move on. You guys have to promise me that no matter what, you won't let Roman win. She grabs my hand. Her fingers are shaking. Please, Lena. Please go. Her lower lip wobbles, and my reserve fails. Okay, we'll go, Cass. Just please get better, and come back home. Cass searches for Lavon. If Cairo and I come back, and Thames and Lena find the Angelic Codex, we're going to have a major fight on our hands. She says, I need you guys to be ready. You can count on me, Cass, Lavon says.
The Immortal Legion will be ready for battle.
Cassia nods. Dead-set determination flashes in her eyes. Help me to the portal, guys. Thames and I both take an arm. Cassia takes slow, shuffling steps. As she stands before the portal, she takes a deep breath and doesn't look back. See ya. Cassia falls forward into the portal. The silvery light sucks her up, leaving behind a glowing halo and the impression of a person before fading away entirely. Once Cass is gone, the Gorgon asks, delighted, "Anyone else want to follow her in?"
"We're not going in there,"
Thames growls.
"Close it up."
Disappointed, the Gorgon whispers the arcane chant again. The portal shuts, then vanishes, zipped up in the ether of time and space.
"There, I did my part," the Gorgon hisses. "Now, release me." "Not a chance. You're pretty useful,"
Thames spits back. "Thames, let her go," I say quietly. "If we keep her around, she'll try to trick us again. At this point, we're better off on our own." Thames simmers.
"Fine. Yeah, I guess you're right."
I stoop downward and loosen the chains. Levon helps me, keeping an eye on the Gorgon for good measure.
"If anything happens to Cassia or my brother, I'm coming for you,"
Thames threatens the demon. The Gorgon smirks.
"Good luck finding me."
When the chains are off, the Gorgon spreads its wings. We all look down and away as the creature rises into the sky, her back turned to us. She rips off her blindfold and lets it trail to the ground, giving a horrifying scream of pleasure. Familiars. I should have known she'd purposefully mislead us. The entire reason she was made was to trap and torture souls. Ever since I lost my wings, I went from being the best demon huntress ever to the most incompetent and useless. I just hope Cassia and Cairo won't have to pay the ultimate price. Levon watches the Gorgon fly off, then turns to us. "You guys better get going. I'll prepare our armies for when you return."
"When we all return,"
Thames corrects her.
"I'm not going against Roman without my family."
Levon gives him a warm smile. "I'm not either." Levon leaves. As her crunching footsteps fade into night, I head back to the house to obtain supplies. "Come on, Thames," I whisper. "Let's go to Jerusalem."
Chapter 11. Cassia. I'm wearing nothing but a thin white dress that's wrapped around my form. It's more of a toga, really, like the Gorgon had. My wings are out and on display. I can't put them away here. My feathers are slowly growing back. I'm relieved. They looked hideous while molting. I can hear people, mortals. There's whispering voices and a bit of laughter, but I can't see them. I don't think they can see me either. All I can see is a flat land, a sparse space made up of clouds and wisps of wind. It looks and feels like I'm walking upon the very sky. There are buildings here, white temples, and columns that hone back to ancient Greece. When I walk, plumes of vapor rise off the ground. I find myself growing stronger with each step. I'm fully recovered. The Jikininki venom left my system once I crossed through the portal. Nothing evil or bad is allowed here in Purgatory. It's all cleansed out to prepare souls for their final destination. Now, I just need to find Cairo. I flap my wings and find that they still work. I take to the sky and survey the ground below me. I don't see anyone. Until... "Golden hair," I whisper. I dive downward. As I draw closer, my heart clenches at the sight of him. Cairo's half naked. The only piece of clothing he wears is a sheer white piece of fabric tied around his waist, one that appears to match my toga. His wrists and ankles are bound with shackles, heavy ones, the chains attached to the ruins of broken columns. Cairo seems to have given up trying to rip them off. His head hangs on his bare chest, and he breathes in and out slowly. His wings sag upon the ground. It's as if he's accepted his fate and is willing to suffer in purgatory forever. Cairo! I call from above. His head jerks up at the sound of my voice, and his mouth drops open. I touch down to the ground and run full speed to meet him.
Cassia, what are you doing here?
His expression is wrecked with despair.
Go back.
I can't go back, I say. Not without you. I collide against his chest. I put my hands onto his smooth chest and kiss him like I never have before. For a moment I thought I lost him.
I didn't want you to come,
he says quietly, nearly deranged.
I wanted you to stay.
The Gorgon tricked us. The cure is purgatory itself. I had to enter in order to get better, I say. She sent you in here to trap you. Cairo's blue gaze narrows.
I suspected, but I had to take that chance to save your life.
I'll be all right now, I tell him, and I brush my lips against his again. Though I don't know how we'll escape. Cairo moves, and the clinking of chains follow him. Cairo, what's this? Why are you chained up? I ask.
I don't know. I entered purgatory and found myself shackled with these chains.
He lifts his arms. They struggle under the weight.
I've tried to get free, but they won't break, no matter what I do.
Purgatory must be different for everyone. My hands reach out. Let me see. My fingers brush against the shackles that hold Cairo's wrists. At my touch, the chains break and fall off completely. The locks around his ankles click and open wide. The restraints fall off and become a puddle of iron at Cairo's feet. He is free.
How did you do that?
He whispers. I don't know. I step around them. Maybe you're the one who put them on yourself, and you couldn't break them. Maybe you needed someone else to break them for you. Accepting this, he nods and spreads his wings.
Come on, let's find a way out of here.
Cairo and I fly as far as we can in every direction, but we don't see anything except more empty buildings, more vacant temples. Time doesn't exist here. We don't know how long we've been here, as we don't get hungry or tired. As far as we can tell, there's no way out.
This is a strange place,
Cairo murmurs as we land once more. I can't tell if it's the same spot, because every cloud looks the same. It sure is, I agree. Everything up is down. I reach out for Cairo. He takes my hand, and we look around. Neither of us have an answer on what to do next.
There are no other immortals here. We can't ask someone to make a portal,
he mumbles, thinking out loud. Then we need to make our own. I gnaw at my lip and think. Could we possibly get kicked out by the forces that run this place?
Maybe. I suppose if you did something wrong, you'd be sent somewhere else.
He shrugs.
Though where you'd end up, I don't know.
To get back to the mortal realm, we'd have to do something that isn't permitted in purgatory. The corner of Cairo's mouth sinks in thought.
What? Murder? A sin?
No, I muse. Bad things are cleaned in purgatory. What will get us out is honesty.
Honesty?
Cairo is completely confused.
Why is that an earthly thing?
Because the truth isn't a thing in purgatory, or heaven, I say to myself. It's just something that exists. It isn't challenged or opposed. It just is. As if appearing out of thought, a king bed materializes upon the clouds. It's gorgeous. Satin sheets, a downy comforter, feather pillows. The bed sits on a golden four-poster frame, surrounded by gossamer curtains that float in the slight breeze.
Huh,
Cairo says, scratching his head.
that's weird.
Cairo doesn't get it, but I do. Souls are purified and fixed in purgatory. Bad things are undone, so people can move on to a better place. Cairo has been freed from his chains, the rules, laws, and strict regulations that he imposed on himself and forced himself to follow. Now it's my turn. It's time for me to receive forgiveness, to forgive myself for things I had no power over, and for me to accept forgiveness from Cairo for hurting him. Cairo, I say, reaching out my hand, come with me. Cairo does a double take from me to the bed.
You mean...
We can't leave purgatory until we fix what's been broken, I repeat. It's time for me to repair what was destroyed inside of me a long time ago.
Wouldn't it be a sin?
Cairo seems very nervous. He looks around as if some eternal judge is watching him. I don't think so. I look around. But it's the only thing we can try. He squeezes my hand gently.
Are you sure?
Yes, I agree quietly. I'm sure.
What if it doesn't work?
I smile softly at him. Then I'll spend an eternity in purgatory with you. His adoring smile is the only confirmation I need that I'm doing the right thing. I guide him toward the bed.
To escape purgatory, Cassia and Cairo become intimate together, revealing the truth to one another that they always will care for each other, and that Cassia is safe within Cairo's loving embrace.
Colors return. I rest my head against him, enjoying his heartbeat as he and I fly through the ethers of the universe. Coming home.
Chapter 12. Faline.
There it is. Kinda intimidating, isn't it?
I don't answer Thames. I'm too busy drooling over the beautiful temple before us. We teleported to Jerusalem, then followed the map. It led us here, to a 7,000-year-old ziggurat in the middle of an open desert. The pyramid-like structure, built from crude brick, is hundreds of feet tall, with 7 tiers and a flat top. I can't believe humanity hasn't located this yet, I say with awe. It's incredible.
The Book of Nephilim said that this temple was constructed by the Mesopotamians for the angels.
Thames replies,
Immortals have done a pretty good job of keeping it a secret ever since.
I pocket the map and walk toward the temple. There's a section of vines covering the opening. Thames burns them away, and we continue forward. It's dark in here, so I look for a torch, but Thames does the job for me and fires up. The flames rippling off his skin give off more than enough light for us to see. Wow, I whisper, and I look around. Lined up along the walls are statues. Columns decorated with Sumerian writings and beautiful designs fill the hall we walk through. Strange creatures have been carved onto bas-reliefs on the wall. Paintings of Iyamasu begins, protective deities with oxen bodies, human heads, and eagle's wings are chipping away into dust on the walls. I am in heaven.
You totally geek out over this type of thing, don't you?
Thames asks, catching my blissful appearance. Yes, ancient civilizations are my thing. I step over a crushed ruin. It's amazing to learn how people survived without technology. Thames doesn't say anything. He's thinking. We explore the crypts and the chambers slowly, not really sure what we're looking for. I hate to say it, but I'm not really paying attention to the mission. I'm way too distracted by my surroundings.
Lena, we're not here on a field trip.
Thames reminds me, as I do a little dance when I find a nearly perfectly preserved rug in one of the chambers. I know, but... Oh! My eye catches something slithering along the wall. Yes, definitely slithering. We're not the only ones alive in here. Thames notices too.
Come on,
he whispers. He brings his sword out, and I grasp for mine too. We follow the sound of movement, of talons clipping on stone and desert sand, until we enter a vast and massive chamber. There's nothing in this room, save for a giant stone chest in the middle. On top of it sits a statue of Ieyasu, and is holding something in its mouth. A scroll. The page. Thames and I both start forward, but something throws us back. We look up from our place on the ground, and Thames' light flickers. Fear swallows my breath. It's an Ieyasu, a live one. This monster has the body of an ox, but the face of a man. With giant golden wings spread out far behind him, he snarls, showing his teeth to us, and his hooves dig into the sand.
"Stop here," the monster warns. "Run, and I kill you. Approach me, and I kill you. Tell me what it is you seek. Then I may choose to set you free."
I get the nerve to rise to my feet. "Who are you?" I ask.
"Sabium, I am the protector of this temple," he growls. "My kind walked the earth before yours was created."
I gather my courage. "Sabium, I hate to break this to you, but I know you've probably been down here bored for thousands of years, or whatever, and you don't even have cable. But we need that scroll." I point at it.
"Yes,"
Sabium lashes his tail.
"An angel left it here a very long time ago. He asked me to protect it. Tell me, why should I give a page of the angelic codex to a demon of hell?"
His attention is on Thames, who is still on the ground. A bout of anger rises up within me. Thames is always being judged for what he is, even though it has nothing to do with the person he's become. He's the man I love. I'll make the whole world see he's worthy. Because there's someone out there who is far worse than he is, and we need to stop him, I tell Sabium. If we don't, he'll destroy everything. The monster looks between us.
"Although the angel asked me to guard it, the angelic codex is none of my business. It concerns not my kind, but the Nephilim."
He sits, and the floor shakes. Sabium chuckles, and his tail flicks in Thames' direction.
"There are things he is keeping from you, young Nephilim,"
Sabium tells me. "What?" I ask. How do you know?"
"I can see into the hearts and minds of mortals and half-mortals,"
Sabium replies.
"and his is dark with fear."
Thames seems scared, guilty. I panic. "What do you mean?" Sabium's claws click against the sand, causing dust to rise.
"I will not give the scroll to a demon unless I know his intentions are pure. If he is honest, I will let you have the page. If he is not, you may leave, but you may not take the codex."
Sabium prowls away. He curls around a few columns into darkness. The weight of the room becomes lighter, the air thinner. I doubt he's really gone, though. He's still watching. I'll bet my ass. I look to Thames. He's still on the ground. I sit in front of him, cross-legged. What the hell is he talking about?
"I have no idea,"
Thames mumbles. The flames around him are a little more than a glow now. I lose my shit and jump on him. "Thames Deacon, you're going to tell me what's on your mind right now."
Okay, back off. You're going to set yourself on fire."
Thames shoves me away. I cross my arms and raise an eyebrow. "I'm waiting." Thames sighs. He rubs the back of his neck and says,
"He's right. I haven't been honest with you, Lena. I don't deserve you."
"Bullshit," I say, frustrated.
"It's the truth,"
he says miserably.
"Who are we trying to kid? I can't protect you forever, Lena. Any mistakes I make are going to drag you right down with me."
"We've been through this 1,000,000 times. God isn't going to send your soul to hell, Thames. He can't," I argue.
"How do you know that?"
he accuses.
"You don't, do you? I'll tell you what happens. Judgment Day happens. And because of my blood, we'll be separated, forever. Heaven and hell between us."
He swallows.
"Unless I curse you bad enough that God doesn't see fit to bring you into heaven for loving a cambion. I can't do that to you, Lena. It'd be totally selfish."
"If you really think sticking it in me is going to damn me to hell?"
"Do you really have to be that way about it?"
"Yes. Thames, shut up for a moment," I yell. He shuts his mouth, and I say, "There's a reason there's forgiveness. There's a reason there's love. No amount of sin or hatred or bad things can keep us from that, Thames."
You might think that, but what if the rules are really true? What if there's no way around it?
Thames asks bitterly. I make a mental note to punch Cairo later for doing this to his brother, if he makes it out of purgatory. Then I'll figure out a way to convince God to let you in anyway, I say.
Oh yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
Thames bites back. I'll fight him, I say stubbornly. Maybe then he'll change his mind. Thames snorts.
You're going to fight God.
If that's what it takes. He laughs, though it's a hollow one, confused and lost.
You tell me how that goes.
Something's not right. He's being weird about this. I can feel it. This isn't just old insecurities. It's like Sabium's eyes are watching from afar, prodding me to ask more questions. That's not all, is it? I ask, feeling nauseous.
Lena, just drop it,
Thames warns, voice becoming a growl. You wouldn't be able to live with yourself if you did something to hurt me, eternally or otherwise, I say. The only way you could prevent that for sure, though, was if you left. I stare at him. You were going to leave me. Thames trembles. Then,
I was thinking about it,
he confesses, and my stomach lurches.
Once Roman was taken care of, I was going to take off and never come back.
His words are like a kick to the gut. You were going to abandon me? I hiss.
It's not like that,
he says.
Don't you think it hurts me to think about it too? But, Lena, if your soul's at stake, and mine's already damned, I'm not going to be selfish and take you to hell with me. I'll leave you so you can be happy. Find someone else.
There isn't going to be anyone else, Thames, I shout. You realize what that'd do to me. I'd be freaking crushed. There's no one else after you. Do you understand?
You act like I have a line of girls waiting for me once I go,
Thames argues.
And even if I did, I wouldn't want any of them, Lena. I only want you.
Then what was the plan, huh? I snap. Become a recluse and go on until Judgment Day, alone and hating yourself, because you're flighty and can't seem to make a commitment?
I'd stay away from you forever, because that's the only way to make sure you go to where you need to be,
he says firmly. I hit his shoulder, emphasizing every word. Stop trying to be a martyr. By the time I'm done punching his shoulder, my hand is numb. I'm no angel, Thames.
You are to me, he whispers. I'd send myself to hell right now if it meant saving you.
Thames, listen to me. He pauses. The fire goes out on him, leaving us in complete darkness. We don't need to see right now, not when I can see him clearly with just my heart. I crawl forward and sit on his lap. My legs straddle his sides, and I take my face in his hands. How long is it going to take me to convince you that you're not a bad person? I ask. If God loves you 1/10 of how much I do, he won't damn you to hell. Your father's sins aren't yours. Let it go. Thames sits up. He wraps his arms around me, so his hands are joined at my tailbone.
I guess I can't hate myself forever, huh?
He asks. Not when you're with me. I touch our noses together. You love people, even when there's a promise you'll get hurt anyway. That's amazing, Thames. I don't want you beating yourself up over the past anymore. You are who you are. Be someone better. A spark lights in Thames' eyes, like a fire taking to wood. He yanks me closer and presses my lips to his.
You have no idea how long I've waited for someone to say that to me.
He sighs, nearly in relief.
And I never even knew.
Does this mean you'll stay? I ask. I suppress a few tears, because really, the thought of Thames breaking up with me is enough to make me want to cry buckets. You won't run off once my dad is defeated?
I won't leave, doll. You're stuck with me forever.
He kisses my nose.
You'll be my babe for the rest of my life.
Behind us, there's a popping sound and the noise of paper hitting sand. The page left its holder. Yes! Thames presses his mouth against my ear.
By the way, doll, if you keep sitting on my lap like this in the dark, we're gonna have problems.
Noted, I say, and I leap off of him like a Pop-Tart in a toaster. Thames fires up again, giving us light. I run to the other side of the room and snatch up the page. Sabium doesn't react. Now that we've given him his much-desired soap opera, I think he's gone.
Let's go,
Thames says, hopping up.
Before Mr. Ugly returns.
Don't say that out loud, I hiss at him. though I can't help but giggle too. Sabium really wasn't nice to look at. I lift the rolled-up page of the Codex. Let's get this back to the Legion.
Right.
Thames and I begin heading out of the temple. Do you think Cairo and Cass are okay? I ask him as we move out. Thames' face darkens.
I don't know, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, we are. I swallow. By the way, Thames?
Yeah, doll?
I wrinkle my nose. If you ever think about breaking up with me for a stupid, noble reason again, I will kick your ass. Thames gives a loud laugh, though I can tell it's a little nervous.
Whatever you say, doll.
Chapter 13. Cassia. Cairo and I appear back in our bed in the cottage, me wrapped within his strong arms. We're naked under the covers. His head is nestled on my chest. I play with the strands of his golden hair with the tips of my fingers. The only sound that can be heard is our soft breathing and the chirping of the birds outside. "Wow," he says. "That was incredible." "Yeah," I say. "I guess it was, wasn't it?" Cairo kisses me. When he pulls away, he seems content, happy.
"Let's do it again."
And again, I laugh and kiss him again. Later, we have things to take care of. Cairo groans. He rubs his eyes.
"You're right."
He lifts his hand and looks at me. God, I love it when he looks at me. Everything important is wrapped up in his eyes.
"But if we didn't have to, I'd stay in bed with you all day."
Same. Cairo and I get dressed, but not in the usual way. We dress each other. There's a lot of giggling and snickers that take place, and a lot of touching. "We'll never get tired of each other, will we?" I ask, as I struggle to pull Cairo's jeans up. I'm laughing, happier than I've ever been.
"Nope."
Cairo chuckles.
"I could have 1,000 years and I still wouldn't get enough of you."
I grab Cairo by the back of the neck, smile, and kiss his cheek. This is perfect. He's perfect. And our life, the one we've created together and are going to have, is bliss. We head downstairs holding hands. To our great surprise, Thames and Lena teleport into our living room, and Lena's got a piece of paper in her hands. "You guys are back!" Lena screeches. She hurtles toward us and flings her arms around my shoulders, squeezing me tightly. "How did you escape?"
"It's quite a story,"
Cairo says coyly, and he eyes me.
"Good to have you back, bro."
Thames gives Cairo a thick and manly one-armed hug.
"But tell us later. We got the page."
"Yeah, we did." Lena lets me go. She shows the scroll to me. We've been waiting to read it. "Well, what are you waiting for?" I ask. "Hurry up and tell us." We gather around the kitchen bar. Lena leans against it and carefully unrolls the parchment. It cracks and makes loud noises as it unfurls onto the countertop. Lena takes a big breath and looks up at us. "You guys ready?"
"We're not waiting for Christmas,"
Thames cracks. Cairo snorts. Lena glares at him. Her eyes jet downwards, and she starts to read. "Killing angels. Angels have been thought to be invincible and impossible to kill unless they are destroyed by the Almighty, but there is a way. Only an immortal may take an angel's life, either a Nephilim, a Cambion, a demon, or another angel. Familiars are not powerful enough to take an angel's life." Lena's words quicken. "Angels can only be killed if their immortality is taken away from them. A knife must be stabbed through the heart by the attacker, with the chant recited being, 'I give of myself to return you from where you came. Go and be judged.'" Lena tilts her head. "However, For an immortal to kill an angel, a sacrifice must be given. The killer must give up their own immortal life in order for the angel to be killed, and their soul sent back to heaven for the Almighty to judge. Lena's voice catches. She pauses.
What? Thames asks. What does it say?
Lena shakes herself. The act of taking an angel's life is so powerful that it usually ends up taking the life of the killer as well.
The cottage is silent.
So that means, Lena straightens up, the person that kills Roman has to die too. And it has to be an immortal. One of us has to do it.
Is there any more?
Cairo asks her. She turns the paper over and shakes her head. No, the instructions are pretty simple. Stab Roman through the heart, recite the chant, and then die.
Why are demons so much easier to kill than angels? They're just fallen angels, I argue. Fallen angels lose their divinity, which is most of their power, Cairo explains. It leaves them more vulnerable. Angels are naturally protected by their holy sanctification. It prevents them from being taken out while doing God's work.
That makes sense, Lena murmurs. The only way an angel is allowed to be killed is if they're so bad that someone else willingly sacrifices themselves to stop them.
It's obvious, isn't it?
Thames announces.
It's gotta be me.
Everyone in the room groans. Cairo smacks his hand on the counter.
No, Thames, that's not happening. Why not?
Flickers of fire ripple between Thames's fingers.
You know why, Cairo shouts. If you kill Roman and we're wrong, your soul is going to hell.
Thames doesn't belong in hell, Cairo, Lena sneers. He's not going there.
Lena, I want to believe Thames's soul will be safe with all my heart,
Cairo starts.
But no matter how we feel about it, we don't really know the rules, and I'm not willing to take the risk when we're not sure.
Then let it be me, Lena insists. I know Roman better than anyone. He's my dad. I'll sacrifice myself to stop him.
Like hell you will.
Thames clenches his teeth. Cairo and I lock eyes. We don't need to vocalize what's on both of our minds. Neither one of us wants to let the other go for a chance to bring down the perfect order.
It's clear we're at a standstill, Cairo says. We'd all volunteer ourselves to be sacrificed, but none of us will let each other do it. We can't just do nothing,
Thames shouts, and he throws his arms skyward. Cairo taps his fingers against the counter.
We'll go back to the drawing board. We'll figure out a way to stop Roman and the perfect order without taking him out.
Can we do that? Lena whispers. He won't stop until his goal is achieved.
The only other option is for one of us to kill ourselves along with Roman, and I'm not going to let that happen. Neither is Thames, neither is Cassia, neither are you,
Cairo says firmly to Lena.
What else can we do?
Lena bites her lip and looks down. I don't know.
Roman doesn't have to be killed for his empire to fall,
Cairo says.
We'll come up with another game plan.
I say nothing. There's a pattering sound on the roof, the sound of rain. I look out the window and stare at the droplets forming on the glass, immersed within my own thoughts. They're secret, and I don't tell any of them what they are, not even Cairo. I'm still watching the rain fall out my window an hour later. I'm curled up on the couch with a cup of hot cocoa, nested under the blanket. Thames and Cairo aren't here. They went for a flight. I can't imagine what they left to talk about in private, or what they're doing. Arguing, I suppose. The door opens. Lena and Levon come running in, both of them soaking wet. "Oh," Lena says, and she bounces up and down.
It's quite a storm out there. I'll say. Lavon shakes off her umbrella. I only hope that the rain stops before the ball tomorrow night. We told Lavon about what the Codex page said, and she agrees we made the right decision. The Immortal Legion is on standby. They're prepared to move at any moment. However, there's no place for them to go right now. An attack on the Perfect Order will fail until we have a sure strategy to take Roman down. A ball? Lena asks, curious. I'm barely listening. The Night of Stars, Lavon explains. It's the Immortal Legion's biggest party of the year to celebrate winter ending and spring beginning. It's held in the square. There's music and dancing, and everyone dresses up. It's like prom, but way better. I never got to go to prom, Lena says mournfully. I wish I could have. Thames never went to prom either, I pipe up, forcing myself out of my reverie. You guys should go. Make up for what you lost. Lena brightens. Really? Sure, we can go dress shopping in the morning, Lavon suggests. It'd be a good way to distract you guys from all the heavy stuff you've been going through lately. I'll only go if Cass comes, Lena says. I want my sister there with me. The sentiment is so sweet and kind. My decision is only solidified in my head. Better me than Lena. I smile. Okay, Lena. Cairo and I will be there. Lena makes a happy, squealing noise. This is so exciting. I seriously can't wait, Lavon. We have to do my hair and makeup and everything. The whole shebang, Lavon agrees. The two of them launch into a detailed conversation about parties, decorations, and what the night will be like. I tune them out. The Night of Stars sounds wonderful. A perfect way to end what would have otherwise been a perfect existence. One last night together. Before the end.
Chapter 14. Faline. You look beautiful, Lena, Lavon tells me as she puts the finishing touches on my hair in my bedroom. Thames is gonna flip when he sees you. I smile. I don't usually wear my hair down, but tonight is time for a change. Lavon gave me a blowout, then did my makeup. My mascara is winged out at the corners, and my lips are pink. My dress is lavender with a black floral corset. It billows out into a large ball gown that covers my feet. I decided to go shoeless and painted my nails a light purple to match my dress. Lavon's dress is white with polka dots. It's a mermaid style that hugs every curve of her body. Her hair is piled up on top of her head in an elaborate bun that must have taken her hours to fashion. Cassia comes in from the other room. Her hair is curled, and she's wearing a gorgeous A-line with a tulle bodice that's dark green in color. You look great, I tell her. The green really brings out the brown in your eyes. She gives a tiny smile. Thanks, but it can't match up to my senior prom dress. Cassia's prom dress was a navy ball gown with off-the-shoulder sleeves. It was very pretty, Lavon tells me. This is your day. I'm not here to take away the spotlight, Cass tells me. She walks over to the wardrobe. She pulls a tiny black box out of her purse and opens it. I'm stunned to see a pair of angel wing dangle earrings inside. I got these for you, she says. You didn't have to do that, I say, as she fastens the earrings in my ears. I wanted to. It's a special gift. She reaches back into her purse and hands Lavon another black box. I got this for you too, Lavon. Cass, thank you, Lavon says. It's a golden bangle with the words, best friend, written in cursive upon it. I wonder how much money Cassia blew to buy us these gifts. You didn't get anything for yourself? I ask curiously, as Lavon slips the bangle on. Cassia shakes her head. I don't need anything. Isolde peeks her head in. She's wearing a pretty peach gown with a fake fur cover-up. Her face lights up. Oh, you girls look gorgeous. She slips in and brushes Cassia's hair back over her shoulder. Clara shuffles in behind her, using a cane. She's been released from the hospital, but they think it's going to take a while for her to be able to walk again, completely unaided. She's still pretty pale, but she smiles when she sees me.
That dress is perfect for you, Faline. It's a wonderful choice.
Thank you, Miss Cross, I tell her politely. I'm not particularly close with Clara, but she approves of me and Thames, and that's good enough for me. We head downstairs, where the boys are waiting. I notice Cairo first. He's all buttoned up and looking spiffy in his tux, waiting for Cassia. Then I see Thames. Unlike Cairo, he's not wearing a tie, and his suit isn't buttoned. His jacket is open, and the top few buttons on his white dress shirt are left undone, exposing the top part of his pecs and a small flash of chest hair. His hair is messy, and he's got designer tennis shoes on instead of loafers. It looks like he literally threw himself together for this, and I love it. It's kind of like in the movies, the way Thames looks at me. He freezes. His eyes gleam as they follow me down the staircase, and his tongue licks slowly across his lips. When I reach the bottom stair, he smiles and reaches a hand out to me.
You ready, doll?
I giggle. My stomach churns nervously. Of course. I can't wait. Cass takes Cairo's arm. Matthias is also there, his hair slicked back and looking all the part of a stoic businessman as he offers one arm to Isolde and the other to Clara. Both women take it. The old man seems to glow. I feel left out, Levon says as we exit the cottage. Everyone has a date but me. Don't worry, Levon. We'll find some dude there for you to hook up with, I say, laughing. The moon shines over the village. It provides light on the pathway to the square, where folk music and conversation can be heard. I gasp in delight as we draw close. The Legion has outdone themselves. The square is lit up with dozens of strands of white lights that hang over the area like a giant net. Streamers of all colors float through the wind. Paper lanterns create a circle for the dance floor. People dance with each other, casting long shadows as firecrackers go off in the distance. It's great, isn't it? Levon grins. Better than great. I look at Thames. Thank you so much for taking me.
You don't have to thank me. I'd do anything for my girl,
he says, and he kisses me on the cheek. Thames grabs my hand and walks me to the center of the square.
May I have this dance?
Yes, I breathe back, enchanted. Always. You guys have fun, Levon says absent-mindedly, eyeing a Romney boy who is leaning against the punch table. I'll be around. Cassia and Cairo don't join us, I notice. Cass slips off in a different direction. Cairo follows, appearing confused. Cass has been acting weird lately, kind of spacey. I don't know what's up with her.
You look very pretty tonight,
Thames tells me. He twirls me around, and all thoughts of my sister are forgotten. And you look very handsome. Thames spins me around again. I find I'm getting dizzy, though not from the dancing. You're so talented. I didn't know you could dance.
This body can do a lot of things, doll. Stuff you can't even imagine.
He winks at me, and my insides shudder with pleasure. Thames and I dance to every song until both of us are tired and we need a drink. Thames hands me my punch, and I swirl it around in the glass. Cairo and Cassia are finally on the dance floor. They're holding tightly onto one another as they sway to a slow song. Cassia's head on Cairo's shoulder, like he's all she needs in the world.
Those two are something special,
Thames says, pointing his glass at the couple.
Though if I were them, I wouldn't be at a dance right now.
Cassia told me what she and Cairo had to do in order to get out of purgatory, and I'm guessing Cairo told Thames. I'm happy for them, I announce. It's a good thing.
It is,
Thames agrees.
They got past it together.
Levon has successfully gone from chatting with the Romney guy to making out with him furiously in a corner. I think we're the only virgins at this party, I laugh.
At the moment,
Thames says, and he sets his glass down. He takes my glass away and grabs my hands.
I don't plan for it to be that way for long.
If my heart was thudding any harder, it'd rip right out of my chest. Oh, really, Mr. Deacon? What exactly do you plan to do with me? Fast and fiery like your style?
Nah, girl. We're gonna take it nice and slow. I want you to beg for it.
I blush. Hard. Thames chuckles and runs his knuckles over my collarbone.
You're turning red.
I'm gonna dance with Cass, I stutter out, and I quickly pat her away. Thames' low laugh follows me back to the dance floor as the song changes. I slam into Cassia and Cairo and break them apart. Cairo stumbles backwards. "Hey, what happened to you?" he asks. "I want to dance with my sis," I manage to grind out. I grasp Cassia's wrist and haul her away from her boyfriend to the other side of the dance floor. Cairo shrugs and saunters over to his brother. Cassia starts to bounce with the music. "So, what's up?" she asks. "That was kinda weird." "Thames and his dirty mouth," I mutter. "That's what. He's pretty much insinuating we should bang tonight." "Do you think you're ready?" Cassia sachets to the side. I don't know," I say, thinking. "Should I?" "Don't do it unless you know for sure," Cassia adds. "Thames will wait." "What was the first time with Cairo like?" I ask. I pick up the tempo. I love this song. Something strange happens to Cassia. Her facial expression changes. A veil crosses over it. Something peaceful and calm and lovely. Then, as if a giant eraser comes by to ruin it all, her eyes sadden. Like an eternal sadness has come over it. Something that can't be taken away. It's devastating, and devastatingly beautiful. I've never seen my sister look like that. "It was blissful," she whispers. "I didn't want it to end." She reaches out and fiddles with my hair. I didn't realize it was a little messy. She fixes it so it lays flat, then takes my hands. "You'll be okay, Lena." She leans over and gives me a kiss on my cheek. It's slow and kind, something that my mother might do. "Just take care of Thames and yourself. You guys are perfect for each other." "Okay," I say, kind of bothered. "I have to go. See you around," she says quickly, no explanation given. She lets go of my hands and takes off. The song changes once again. This time into something pretty and lonesome. Cassia veers to the edge of the party and disappears into the dark. Cairo notices. He leaves Thames' side and goes to follow. I chew the inside of my cheek, perplexed. What a weird thing for her to say.
What was that all about?
I jump 6 feet into the air when Thames comes up behind me. His eyes are searching for where Cassia went. "I don't know," I say. "Maybe something happened between her and Cairo." Thames' concerned expression doesn't change.
Maybe.
Thames takes me into his arms once more. I feel like flying as he sways me back and forth.
"So, did you get what you wanted? Are you happy?"
"Yes, Thames," I reply. "Tonight's been perfect. What about you?" He takes his thumb and brushes my lips with it slowly. I quiver.
"Almost perfect, except for one thing."
Thames and I finish out the slow dance. We spend the rest of the ball tangled in each other's arms and rocking slowly. No matter what type of song comes on, he's warm and soft and sweet. Best of all, he's mine. This is the best night ever. I'm so happy. Nothing can ruin this night. Nothing.
Chapter 15. Cassia. A soft brook trickles at my feet. It makes a lovely sound as it mixes with the far-off music that plays in the background. The stone bench that I'm sitting on is underneath a lattice valance, interwoven with white roses. It's so beautiful and peaceful here. Romantic.
Cassia,
Cairo rounds the corner.
are you okay?
I hate this part. I've said my goodbyes to everyone. Lena, Thames, Levon, Isolde. But Cairo is the worst, so I saved him for last. Sure, come sit down. I pat the seat beside me. I count Cairo's strides as he ambles to my side. He sits down quietly, with grace.
What's going on?
God, he's so breathtaking. This is the hardest thing I've ever had to do, ever will do. This will be more difficult than facing Roman, more than killing him, harder than giving myself up. I need to tell you something. We need to talk. Cairo straightens. He notices the tone, the look in my eyes. He foresees what's coming.
No,
He says.
no.
I keep my mouth straight. If I want Cairo to survive, I need to break his heart. He's going to be wrecked. Destroyed. But destroyed is better than dead. If he thinks I need time to be alone, he won't figure out where I'm going and come after me. He needs a reason to be away. And the only way Cairo will ever leave me alone is if he thinks I don't want him anymore. Thames and Lena won't figure it out. They're too wrapped up in each other to notice my absence. By the time the rest of them realize I'm missing, it'll be too late. I take a deep breath. I've been thinking, Cairo, I think it's best if we end our relationship. It feels like a jagged knife is carving up my throat. We need to break up. Why? His entire body is shaking. Don't you love me anymore? I long to hug him, to kiss him and take it back. But the thought of him lying in a coffin, buried 6 feet under, holds me back. Love doesn't have anything to do with it, I say, because there's no way I could ever say I don't love him, even if it's for this. I just need some space. A lot has happened lately. I need some time to figure it out. By myself.
Don't go. We can figure it out together,
he says. He reaches out a hand to grasp mine, but I pull it away. It's like I took a shotgun and blew a hole in his chest. His lip trembles. I struggle not to cry myself. Cairo, this isn't your fault. I can't handle a boyfriend right now, I say, thinking up wild excuses. I need to work on myself before I focus on a relationship.
This doesn't make any sense, he says, frustrated. Did I make a mistake? Did I go too far? Please tell me what I did wrong so I can change.
You didn't do anything wrong, I reply. So many cliches, but they're still true. This is about me.
I knew I shouldn't have pushed you.
He puts his head in his hands and bows over his knees.
We went too far.
I can't let him think what happened in purgatory was a mistake, especially if this is the last time I'll ever see him. I don't regret what happened between us, I say firmly. I reach down and cup his cheek in my hand and raise his head. Not any of it. Tears are scattered across his cheeks.
But why?
I just need time, Cairo, to grow. I pull my hand away, and it's like cutting my hand off. This is the only way. He gasps. It's ragged and heartless.
I just don't understand.
You'll be okay, Cairo, I whisper, more of a promise to myself. You'll always have the memories. I can't do this anymore. If I drag this out any longer, I'll lose my nerve and spill the truth. I'll unveil the lie. One last time, I lean forward and kiss Cairo. His tears melt into my eyelashes, and his lips upon me create a crater, a void within myself that will never be mended or filled. I put everything I have into that last kiss. He might not always be mine, but I will always, forevermore, be his. Until my dying day, and eternity afterward. I pull away. Cairo looks fully confused and ripped apart. Because I want to take a bit of the edge off, I add, maybe we can still be friends.
That wasn't a friendly kiss,
he accuses harshly.
It was a goodbye.
I stand up. I put my hands on my dress and clench the skirt to avoid reaching for his hands. I'm sorry I hurt you, Cairo. I didn't mean for it to go this far.
Just go, Cassia,
he tells me bitterly, turning his back to me.
Just go.
Nothing Eric did to me could measure up to the wound Cairo just dealt me. I bite my lip to keep from sobbing and let him be. That last look he gave me will haunt me forever. I go to my death knowing that the person I adore most on this earth despises me. I brush some stray tears away with the palm of my hand, kick my heels off, and run full speed back to the cottage. I kick down the door and sprint up to mine, Cairo's, room. I rip my dress off. Sobbing fully now, I toss it to the other side of the room and collapse against the wall. I slide downward, losing myself. I shove a hand over my mouth and stuff the tears down. I said my goodbyes. I have to do what I have to do. I slip on my jeans, my tennis shoes, and the old owl sweater that was the first present Cairo ever gave to me. It's fraying and has holes in the thumbs. I love it so, so much. I throw on a beloved jacket of Cairo's before teleporting. As I close my eyes, I inhale. It smells like him. The cottage vanishes. I take another deep breath and smell the scent of pine and wet rain. Michigan. Home. At least I'll get to die at home. I will my wings to appear, and my spear. It formulates in my hand like this moment was meant to be. In the distance, a wolf howls. The glow of the Perfect Order's camp is in sight, nestled underneath the Porcupine Mountains. Right now, everyone is sleeping, but they won't be for long. I nearly turn back, but then I recall the faces of my friends, the lines and patterns and colors that I've memorized so well, and force myself forward. Cairo. This is for Cairo. I steady myself, grip my spear tighter, and proceed toward the camp silently, alone.
Chapter 16. Faline. Thames and I don't leave the party until dawn brims on the horizon. We head back to our cottage, holding hands and giggling. That was probably the best night of my life, I say, and I rise on my tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. Thank you for taking me. Thames pats me on the back.
Anything for my girl.
I think I want to show you how much I care, I say playfully. I fiddle with the buttons on his shirt.
What do you say, sweetheart? Losing your virginity on prom night.
Thames snickers.
What a cliché.
I laugh, convinced that's just what we'll do, before I notice a figure sitting outside the cottages, in the mud. Laughter dies as we draw closer. It's Cairo. He's still in his tux. He's covered in mud that's soaked his pants and gotten in his hair. His eyes are red, and his face is gaunt. A bottle hangs from his fingers.
Whoa. Bro, what's up with you?
Thames sniffs, and his eyes pop out of his head.
Have you been drinking?
Cairo drunkenly slurs.
Cassia broke up with me.
What? Both Thames and I ask the question at the same time. It can't be. This is impossible. Cass wouldn't.
You heard me. She's gone,
Cairo screams. He hurls the bottle across the road. It hits the brick road and shatters.
She left me. She said she needed time. That she needed space and couldn't handle being in a relationship anymore. She doesn't want me.
Cairo puts his arms on his knees and hangs his head between them. Thames blinks. Then he grabs Cairo, hauls him up by the collar, and punches him across the face. "Thames!" I shout as Cairo goes flying. He falls back down into a puddle. Thames doesn't listen to me. He snatches Cairo by the front of the shirt again and lifts him to his feet.
You maniac!
Thames shakes his brother. His eyes are insane.
Don't you realize Cassia would never say that shit to you? Do you know where she is?
Cold, gripping horror squeezes my intestines. Cairo's realization is slow. When the icy truth hits him, he sobers instantly. The pain that was there before is in no way close to the terror we all feel now. Cassia went to kill Roman. She teleported to the perfect order to sacrifice herself. She broke up with Cairo so he wouldn't follow. Thames figured it out. Thames is her best friend. The two of them are more alike than any of us realize. He thinks like her. He knows what she went to do, because if he had gotten the chance, he probably would have done it himself. The jewelry, Lavon's bracelet, the weird way she was acting at the party. She was saying goodbye.
When did she leave? Thames screams. When?
The last time I saw her was at midnight. That's when she broke it off, Cairo whimpers. Never have I seen such a strong man like him become completely helpless. It's so scary. If Cairo can't keep it together,
she's hours ahead of us,
Thames wails. He pushes Cairo away and says,
she could be dead by now.
No, I say sharply. I step between the two boys and grab both of their arms firmly. I'm her sister. I'd know if she was dead. I'd feel it. We all would. We need to go and help her.
You'll have an army behind you.
Lavon is behind us. The boy she befriended is with her. Lavon removes her earrings and hands them to him. Sorry, baby, she tells him. It's gonna have to wait. The boy frowns and wanders off. Lavon puts her hands on her hips and says, we have no choice. The Legion will go to war with the Order now. We'll stand behind you.
How are you going to get the humans there? Michigan is hours away by plane.
Thames moans. We have some Nephilim among us. They will teleport as many humans as they can to the Porcupine Mountains before they join the fight. Lavon says, but you three need to leave now before we lose Cassia for good. I'll assemble the Legion and we'll attack the Order's camp as soon as we're able. Hopefully, it'll distract Roman long enough so you can get Cassia out of there. We'll see you there, I promise Lavon. I run into my cottage to change into my combat gear. When I come back downstairs, Thames has already got his day clothes on. Cairo hasn't even bothered to change out of his muddy suit. He's gripping his sword so tightly in his hand that his fingers are white.
If he's done anything to her, don't talk like that,
Thames snaps at him.
We need Athaias.
There's a problem at the adult's cottage, however. Isolde, Clara, and Athaias are all missing. We searched the entire house, but they're not around. I haven't seen them since they left the party last night, I tell Thames. That was hours ago. Where could they have gone?
We can't wait for them,
Thames says. He reaches out to grab my hand.
You ready?
I take it. Let's go save my sister. I reach out my other hand to Cairo. He grabs it, and his fingers shake. I imagine the place in my mind, the camp at the hollow of the Porcupine Mountains. Roman's face flashes in my eye, hideous, twisted, and impassive, but not cruel. A picture forms in my head. Roman, convinced he's sure what he's doing is right as he plunges his sword into my sister's heart. The image causes me to flinch away. Just before we vanish from the cottage, it's like I can hear Mala whisper, "Let your ancestors be your guide."
Chapter 17. Cassia. Night conceals me as I enter the camp. I have to find Roman's headquarters. I don't know if angels sleep, but even if he's just walking around unaware, it'll still give me a chance to kill him. 2 steps. Stab him in the heart. Recite the chant. I give of myself to return you from where you came. Go and be judged. At least Roman is true to his ideology. Every house in the camp is the same, with no differences due to status or rank. It's impossible to judge where he's staying due to the uniformity of it. Cassia! I jump when I hear my name. My wings open wide. I whirl around with my spear out, but the person standing behind me has his hands up in surrender. It's Athaias. What are you doing here? I hiss, hoping my plan isn't foiled and everyone's come after me already. You have to come with me. We need to get you back out of here, he says. He grabs me by the wrist and pulls me back toward the wood, but I yank myself free of his grip. No, I say. Athaias's expression becomes bewildered. I can't leave. I have to do what's needed to be done. What are you saying? Roman can't be stopped, Athaias argues.
You must run now, while you still have the chance. I can't. I know how to kill him. I take a deep breath. This is bigger than me. I have to protect my friends, protect the world. I shudder. Otherwise, the same thing will happen to everyone else. I was ruined because my father abandoned me. He can't be in charge of the entire planet, Athaios. He'll destroy it like he destroyed me. Athaios pauses. You're quite serious about this, aren't you? Yes. My eyes beg him. Please, Athaios, I have to try. He takes a momentary pause before he nods. All right, come with me. Athaios winds me through the neat and too tidy camp, skirting around the lights. A few guards patrol the area. Athaios avoids them by staying in the shadows and running past them when they're not looking. How do you know where Roman is? I ask, confused. Athaios is walking around like he knows the place. I'll explain later. Hurry, he hushes. I increase my pace, and Athaios steps up into a jog. He leads us to a long building in the center of the camp and opens the door. In here. Athaios gestures inside. I step in, and as I do, I feel a sharp push on my back. I stumble forward and trip. The sound of a door slamming shut echoes around me. Lights come on. I'm inside a warehouse and trapped within a jail cell. Athaios! I wrap my hands around the bars. He stares at me meekly from the other side. Roman laid a trap, and I walked right into it. I'm sorry, Cassia. Athaios truly is sorry. I can tell by the sound of his voice. If there was another way, I would have taken it. Why, Athaios? I whisper. Why would you betray us like this? Isn't it obvious? He laughs miserably. You should know me better than that, Cassia. You were the one who told Roman where to find us, I accuse. You've been working with him all along. Only since you returned from Greece and Christopher refused to aid us, Athaios explains. If Roman had merely threatened my life, I would have refused, but I couldn't, Cassia. His tone becomes pleading. He has them, you see. I had no choice. Isolde and Clara. He took them, didn't he? I ask. He's forcing you to do this. The answer's so clear, I can't believe I didn't see it before. Athaios loves them. Both of them. But I can't escape. I love them too, and if I get out of here, they'll be killed along with Athaios. He's been threatening to take them for weeks, but his patience ran out last night. He demands I turn you and your sister over to him immediately, or they'll be killed for his cause, Athaios pleads. I straighten up. Very well. I'm ready to meet him then. He'll have you brought to him. I regret to say I cannot help you when you face him. To do so would put your mother and Clara at risk. Athaios turns on his heel. He puts his hand on the door to the outside world before he pauses. He doesn't want you dead, Cassia, nor your sister. Use it to your advantage against him, Athaios says lowly. Athaios leaves the lights on for me as he exits. I put my forehead on the cool bars and tell myself how stupid I am for falling for this. I try to break the bars, but not even my Nephilim strength can bend them. The material's too strong. Roman planned ahead of time. I sink down against the wall and onto the floor. This changes nothing. I lost the element of surprise, but the mission is the same. I'm still going to face Roman. And as you can't take away a Nephilim's weapon, I still have my spear. I'm still going to kill him. Despite the looming death approaching, I'm able to doze off for a few hours. It's like reconciling with my end,
helps me sleep, aids me in being at peace. At least it's better than not knowing my fate. When dawn beams through the windows in the ceiling of the warehouse, the door opens. 2 Nephilim, who were on the council with me, open my cell door, grab me by the arms, and drag me out. I don't resist. They take me to an open area, a vast courtyard surrounded by buildings. Roman is there. He has his back turned to me. Clara and Isolde are tied up back to back, imprisoned in a cage. They're unconscious. Matthias is next to the cage. He seems nervous.
"Let her go,"
Roman says to the guards. He turns to face me. The 2 Nephilim at my side release my arms and step away. He looks as heartless and unfeeling as the day I met him. I'm glad I look like my mom. Despite being on opposite sides, I feel he and Christopher are the same. At least Alexander had some sort of emotion before I slaughtered him.
"Your sister will be joining us soon,"
Roman says.
"She is, no doubt, on her way to save you."
"She's not going to get that chance," I snarl. "What do you want with us?"
"What do I want? To create the perfect family,"
Roman responds coolly.
"You are a powerful Nephilim, Cassia, as was, your sister. Both of you are critical pieces that must find their place in the order."
"You know I'll refuse you every time," I respond.
"You can't avoid me forever. This is the only way to make up for the sins of the past,"
Roman says. He advances toward me. I tighten my fists. Not yet. I can't let my spear show up until the last second.
"I want us to be together again. It is only a matter of time before the perfect order takes control of the world,"
Roman says.
"Don't you want to be a part of that? Be a part of history?"
I turn my head away. Roman is inches apart from me now. He bends down and says,
"Imagine it. Think of all the girls we can spare from suffering. Your Cambion friend understood my reasoning when he killed the slime that mistreated you. I can put you in charge. You can kill all the rapists and sexual deviants there are in this world. There is no use for them. It'll give you a sense of justice and peace."
I swallow. The thought of doing so. It's tempting, to say the least. I can't tell you how many times I imagined awakening when Eric was on top of me and slicing him to pieces with my spear. Roman expects an answer, so I say, "It can't reverse what was done."
"No, but you can stop it before it happens to others. Don't you want that?"
he asks gently. My mouth is dry. "Yes," I respond. "More than anything."
"Then you see my way is the only way."
Roman steps away.
"You can join me and have your greatest revenge fulfilled. Right the wrongs of the past."
Now's my chance. My spear generates in my hand. As silently and as quickly as I can, I stab the spear toward Roman. The blade is a blur. Matthias cries out a warning, for me, not for Roman. Roman whirls around. He stops my blade seconds before it enters his chest. He grabs the spear from my hand. Using angelic strength, he breaks the spear in two. Something inside me cracks. My weapon. Now that it's broken, it's no longer mine. Just another blade.
"I thought so," Roman says, disappointed. "Though I'm impressed. You put up a good act."
Roman's 4 wings appear, and the power of their gust throws me back.
Golden chains wrap around my arms and feet as pillars rise out of the earth. The golden chains fasten around the pillars to hold me in place. They grow so they wrap around my body, containing my wings. I wasn't lying, I admit. Hope dies inside me. I failed. What I said was the truth. Roman nods.
No, you weren't lying, but your foolish sense of free will prevented you from following your inner desire.
Roman looks to Athaios.
Kill her mother. She needs to be punished.
No, please, I beg. I pull at the golden chains. They burn my skin, but I don't feel them. Punish me, not Isolde. Athaios is baffled. Kill.
We've previously discussed this. You can have one woman or the other, Athaios. Choose.
Roman tells him again.
You may not marry both.
Athaios backs away. He shakes his head. No, Athaios says. No, I won't do this. This is wrong.
Then join the mass graves with the rest of them, Roman says dully. I do not care either way. A sacrifice must be made.
Roman takes the blade of my spear. He throws it at Athaios with all the strength he can muster. The blade hurtles through the air so quickly that neither Athaios or I can see it. It buries itself up to the hilt in Athaios' chest. Athaios! I cry. He makes a gurgling sound and sinks to his knees. Blood gushes out of Athaios' mouth, and he falls face forward onto the ground, spread-eagled. His body twitches as it bleeds out. Red forms a puddle around the cage that contains Isolde and Clara. You monster! I growl at Roman. The chains dig into my skin. They smoke and form red cuts as I attempt to yank myself free.
You only have yourself to blame. You sinned. Atonement had to be made,
Roman declares. He really does seem bored.
That is the way of the new world. There is always punishment for wrong. It is the only way to make sure evil is stopped.
This legalistic society of yours isn't going to work, I hiss. Good people are going to stop you.
I am doing what is good,
Roman replies.
I am doing what is necessary. No man or angel has dared to be brave enough to do what needs to be done.
I'm not listening. I'm paying more attention to the screams in the distance and the sight of burning smoke rising over the camp. Gunfire, the sound of blades clashing. Roman notices. His face contorts into an expression of rage.
No, this can't be.
It is. The Immortal Legion has arrived to challenge the perfect order. Despite my desperate wishes for them to stay away and be safe, my sister and the boys have come to rescue me. War has begun.
Chapter 18. Faline. The early morning is still. Immortal Legion members are positioned around the camp in a circle, hiding within the trees. I head into the camp alone. Levon is with the rest of the troops, and waiting for my signal. I can feel Thames' eyes burning into me as he sits on the topmost branch of a nearby tree. The way he kissed me goodbye, it was like he didn't want to let me go. He'll be nearby if something happens. I'll be safe. I try to reassure myself to that. It was hard enough forcing him to agree to let me do this. Cody needs to die, and I need to save Sydney's soul. If I kill him, I can set her free. People will awaken soon. I have to find Cody. I peek in a few windows before I hear a door click open. It's him. He's up for the day, still in his pajamas. He steps outside, checks his mailbox, and yawns before heading back inside. So normal, it's weird. It looks like he's got his own house. I summon my courage, push down a wave of nausea, and proceed toward it. I open the door and silently close it behind me. I follow the sound of movement upstairs. Cody is getting dressed in his bedroom. His shirt is off. All he's got on are a pair of jeans. When he notices me, Cody immediately reacts. The room gets hotter, and the smell of sulfur wells up in my nose. His sword appears, and with immeasurable speed, he sprints to my side and holds it at my neck.
"What are you doing here?"
I hold my hands up. "It's okay," I tell him. "I'm not here to hurt you." Cody lowers his weapon slightly, but he still seems suspicious.
"Then why did you come?"
"I've given up," I tell him. "I finally realized it's pointless to go against my father. He's going to win. He'll kill us all anyway if we continue to resist him."
"What about your boyfriend?"
Cody asks skeptically. "The only way to spare him is to convince my father I don't love him anymore," I say. "If I'm with you, he'll forget about Thames." I blink innocently at him. "And that's what you wanted all along, isn't it?"
"You honestly don't expect me to believe you left him for me?"
Cody raises an eyebrow. His hand is still on his sword. "I'll do anything to save Thames' life." I come closer. I lightly brush my fingers across his chest. Cody flinches. He puts the sword between us, but I edge it away. "Come on, Cody. My father will make me a commander. You're his second hand. We'll be the most powerful couple in the perfect order. Think about how legendary our kids would be, the offspring of a Nephilim and a demon." Yuck. The thought makes me cringe, but Cody's getting interested. He lowers his sword. I playfully push him on the bed. It feels like worms are crawling all over my skin as I straddle his hips.
"I don't trust you,"
Cody says warily. His eyes are crossed with desire and fear. "You don't have to trust me. A girl knows she needs a guy who can take care of her." I purr. I lean downward and force myself to press my lips to his. Kissing him is like making out with a sewer. He tastes awful, but it works. Cody drops his sword and plunges his hand into my hair. He flips me underneath him and continues to make out with me, viciously instead of passionately. This guy really is a piece of work. Cody's got his nasty mouth glued to mine, while he's busy sliding off his jeans, eyes closed. My sword forms in my hand. "Show's over, jerk face." I stab the sword upward. When the tip punches into his heart is when he finally rips his lips free of mine. He looks down at the blade, deep in his chest, face etched with surprise. As his mouth drops open, a thin ether slips out, a wisp of white that twirls and dances as it rises. It vanishes through the ceiling and lifts up to heaven. Sydney's soul. It's free. Cody lets out a painful shudder. I lean forward and whisper in his ear. "Thanks for the fun time, babe." I twist the sword. Cody bursts into thousands of particles of ash, spraying me and leaving a pile on the mattress. "Ugh," I say. I roll off the bed and brush the ashes off of my clothing. "Disgusting." Glad to be rid of the pig, I run downstairs and out the door. I take out the flare gun Lavon gave me earlier and fire it into the air. It makes a loud pop as it explodes in the sky and sprays red sparks everywhere. The Immortal Legion charges out of the woods. They swarm into the camp and set fire to every building they can reach. Order members still in their pajamas spill out of their homes, screaming. They scramble to fight back. The guards, who are the most prepared, fire bullets into the crowd. Some Legion soldiers go down, but a vast majority of them get inside the camp. They take shelter behind buildings and start firing at the Order members with assault rifles of their own. The camp dissolves into an all-out war zone. The Nephilim who are with the Order go for the council members. Bullets ricochet off Immortals and go flying in all directions. Swords and spears clash, ringing out. The white light from the sun blasts through the clear morning, illuminating the battle in a beautiful but blinding light. It's like we're caught in a holy war of epic proportions. A pair of arms snatch me from behind and carry me into the sky. I yelp. My arms flounder for Thames' neck as he carries me higher and higher. Cairo is flying beside us. His eyes scan the ground for any sign of Cassia. Thames nestles his forehead against mine.
"I'm so glad you're safe."
I could handle him. I smack my mouth. Cody left a nasty aftertaste. Though kissing him was disgusting. Thames seethes at the mention of it. His body grows hotter, as if burning with fever.
Yeah, wash your mouth out with soap later. You have no idea where he's been.
We decided that since Cody was basically impossible to beat in his true form, killing him in his human form was the only way, and me selling myself to him to get an opening was our best chance. I came up with the idea. Thames practically burned down half the forest when I mentioned it to him. But when Cairo convinced him Cassia was running out of time, Thames finally agreed to go along with it. I only hope we're not too late, and that making out with the dirtbag wasn't for nothing.
Down there,
Cairo says. He points to an open courtyard. Thames descends. As we grow closer, I notice a few familiar faces. Thames, I call to him over the wind. Your mom, Isolde, and
Athais.
Thames' voice becomes weak. A coldness rolls over my body when I see that Athais is lying on the ground, a blade in his chest, lying in a puddle of his own blood. Isolde and Clara are tied up near him and apparently out of it. My heart leaps into my throat when I see that Cassia is still alive, but chained up to some weird columns. Thames and I get to her first. Thames sets me down. Both of us try tearing at the chains, but it doesn't do any good. They won't break. Why did you guys come after me? Cassia asks, devastated. You needed to stay behind.
Yeah, I see that worked out perfectly, Cass.
Thames yells as he yanks at the chains. Flames flicker up and down them, but they don't loosen or melt. This is bad. We're in this together, I tell her. I plant my feet and wrench at the chains again. They only tighten against Cassia's skin.
Let me.
Cairo's soft voice comes from behind us. I let go of the chains and step aside. Thames keeps pulling, but I grab his dumbass and haul him out of the way. Cairo stands before Cassia. His eyes are filled with relief, but also pain. Tears fall from Cassia's eyes when she looks at him. I'm sorry, Cairo, she whispers. I didn't want to hurt you. He stares.
Did you mean what you said to me? Were you being honest?
I didn't mean a word of it, she replies. But I had to distract you, to save your life. Please forgive me. Cairo accepts this. He steps over Cassia's chains and puts a hand on her cheek.
There's nothing to forgive.
Cairo kisses her. When he does, the golden chains break and fall away. They curl up on the ground, and the pillars crumble. Cassia throws her arms around Cairo's shoulders and holds him to her. Cairo buries his head in her curls and doesn't come out. They say nothing more.
No, this can't be.
Roman's voice ruins the cutesy moment. My nose wrinkles in disgust as I face him. His face is gone red with rage, his 4 wings beating furiously behind him as he exclaims,
I don't understand.
Cairo is the only one who can break my chains, as I am the only one who can break his. Cassia comes away from Cairo's embrace, but still holds his hand. Love, real love, is the only thing that can erase sins, and hatred, and mistakes. It's the only thing that can make a perfect world, not rules or laws or punishments. Your idea's flawed. Roman takes a deep breath. His rage disappears.
I see. Then perhaps we can work together. Modify my plan, so that it's better for the world.
He's still stuck on his stupid ideals. The sound of battle can still be clearly heard in the background. The 4 of us separate. We circle Roman until we're surrounding him on all sides. We're not backing down, I say. It's time to end this.
Very well,
Roman says.
Then this is the way it has to be.
There are no Nephilim or demons to help him out this time. It's him against the 4 of us. He's outnumbered. But that doesn't take away the fact that one of us has to die in order to get rid of him. The boys and Cass realize this too. Our eyes pass around each other in a circle, wondering who's going to be the one to do it. I guess it's whoever gets to him first. One of us is going to die tonight, whether it be a brother, a sister, the love of my life, or me. We're all going to lose something when Roman goes down. This can't end in any other way but in death. The golden chains that Roman used to contain Cassia catch her eye. She bends down and picks them up. Roman's eyes widen as he watches her proceed toward him slowly. Deadly intent written across her face. I bring my wings out to match my friends. Broken or not, they're still the wings of a Nephilim. I'm not going down without them. Thames moves first. He fires up into his main form and charges at Roman. Roman summons his weapon, a golden spear that is eerily similar to Cassia's, and plunges it at Thames. Thames spins out of the way, and Cairo takes a chance. He swings his gladius at Roman's heart, but Roman easily sidesteps him and trips him up, so that he goes sprawling onto the ground. Cassia springs. She swings the chains overhead and at Roman, aiming for the head. Roman smacks her across the face with one wing, and she goes flying back. Cairo and Thames both move in on him at once. Roman smacks Cairo across the chest with his spear. He goes careening into Cassia and onto the ground. Thames flies upward into the sky and then dives, hurtling toward Roman as a flaming fireball. Roman rolls to the side, and Thames crashes to the ground. My boyfriend sits up, stunned and weak. I run at Roman full speed, my sword arm out. Roman sees me coming, and we begin a vicious duel like we've never had before, in training or otherwise. My blade meets his spear blow for blow. I've done this 1,000,000 times before, in practice. But yet, I know him. I can beat him, because I remember his fighting style. Intimately know each move and countermove he's going to make. But he's strong, and each familiar strike I make causes a ripple of pain to shiver down my back, where my wings are. It feels like they're being ripped from my body all over again. Tears sting my eyes with the pain. I can't help but cry out as I battle, but I force my body to oblige.
I told you I would break you, Faline,
Roman says breathlessly. He bats his wings, and the gust of wind they create knocks me off my feet. I land on my back, directly on my wings, and cry out in pain. He stands over me.
Look at you. It's a shame a beautiful thing like you had to be ruined for the sake of the world. Leave her alone.
Fireballs whiz past Roman's head as Thames chucks one right after the other at him. Roman ducks. Using his power, Roman reaches out and snatches the fireball from the air. The fireball changes into a glowing ball of light. Roman hurtles it at Thames, and the effect is like a bomb. When it hits him, Thames goes flying through the air and into a nearby building. He slams against it and crashes helplessly against the ground. Cassia and Cairo attack when Roman's back is turned. But it seems even a surprise attack can't give us the advantage. Roman meets each of their attacks flawlessly, battering them away with his wings. Thames and I can't help. Both of us are struggling to get back up. Despite Roman being terribly outnumbered, he's better than us. He's better than all of us. This is hopeless. Let ancestors be your guide. Mala is once again in my head, insistent this time. I crawl to all fours and let my head hang to the ground. Mom, I whimper. Tears drop like starlight from my eyes and dot the ground. Mom, I don't know what to do. We need help. Nobody answers, as I expected. But I begin to see colors. Shapes form around the fight that Cairo and Cassia battle with Roman. They're illusions, like a watercolor painting. Figures twirl around me in an intricate dance. From afar, I hear the sound of a tune being played on a flute. My mother's voice breaks into my mind. I'm here, honey. I'm always here. Mom? I ask. The figures dissolve, and the music fades. Mom, don't go! Don't leave me! As the last echo of my mother's voice leaves my head, a massive epiphany slams into me, uprooting my world and shaking me to my core. My ancestors are with us, protecting us. They remember what it's like to live in a world where judgmental people tried to kill you. And now, they're free. But they didn't last through the ages by doing it alone. The only way my people survived is by sticking together. Each of them made a sacrifice. Throughout centuries of loss and persecution, which is what we'll have to do. Get to Thames, I think. Slowly, I crawl to the other side of the courtyard. Thames has managed to pull himself to his knees. I reach out and grab his ashen hand. At my touch, his true form dissolves, and he turns back into a human. His face is barren and forlorn.
We can't do this, Lena,
he says quietly.
It's done.
Yes, we can, I insist. But not this way.
What do you mean?
Questions burn in his gaze. Roman rises into the air and beats all four of his wings at once. Cassia and Cairo are thrown backwards by the blast. They crash into the building next to us. The metal tears and makes a screeching noise as their bodies slide down to the ground. "Lena," Cassia gasps. She's barely holding on to the chains. They're loose and slack in her fingers. "There's a way, guys," I tell them. Cairo wavers as he sits up. Roman lands and slowly approaches us, his footsteps deliberate. But none of us can do it alone.
"You mean?"
Cairo trails off. Cassia looks at him, then reaches out to clench his fingers. He swallows before going completely pale.
"It's better than the other way,"
Thames says quietly.
"At least all of us will go together."
Cassia looks at me. She seems so scared, but not as scared as she was before. "What do we do?" Cassia asks. She slowly rises to her feet, helping me to stand. The boys follow us, leaning on each other. "Cass, I'll shield you with my wings. They're useless anyway. They can take a hit. You boys distract him," I tell them. "When we get close enough, make sure to hold him so I can get in a good hit. We've all got an equal part to play. With difficulty, I spread my wings. They ache and jolt, but they won't hurt me for much longer. I spread them, protecting Cassia. We advance directly on Roman as the boys come in from the sides.
"Don't you understand? It's useless,"
Roman hisses.
"Surrender before I have to kill you."
"We're sorry. You're gonna have to kill us, because we're not giving up," I tell him. Roman bares his teeth.
"Very well. If I have to lose my daughters to save the world, so be it."
I run at Roman, and Cassia follows. Roman swings his spear down. In one clean movement, he cuts through feathers, bone, and sinew. I scream. Roman gives another upward movement with his weapon. The spear slices through my wings once again. My head has gone fuzzy. Thoughts are far away and distant. I'm getting lightheaded. My back is gushing blood. Both of my wings are lying on the ground. They've been completely severed from my body. If my death wasn't certain before, it is now. A Nephilim can't live without her wings, and they're not broken this time. They're gone. I'm as good as dead. Cassia steps in front of me. She swings the chains and loops them around Roman's body, binding his wings to his chest so he can't fly away. She grimaces as she struggles to hold him. His arms, still free, swing the spear wide.
"Release me,"
Roman cries. Cairo and Thames proceed in, but Roman keeps them at bay with the spear. Panic grows in my chest. This isn't working. The loss of my wings was for nothing. Then there's a scream. Roman drops his spear in shock. I glance down. Athaios. He's crawled to where we are. The spearhead that was in his chest is now in Roman's foot. Athaios gives a gasping breath, and then is still, bloody fingers gripping the blade. With Roman weaponless, Cairo and Thames each reach out and take an arm. The boys struggle to contain Roman as he attempts to pull free. The look in my father's eyes can only be described as betrayal when I pull my sword back. It hurts, but not as much as the realization that I will never get to marry Thames. Never get to bear his children or grow old with him. I won't even get to celebrate my next birthday. My father took that away from me, and for that, he will pay. I plunge my sword into Roman's heart. I push it in as far as I can until the point is sticking out the other side and the hilt is buried against his chest. With extreme difficulty, I reach out and take Thames' hand. With my other, I grab Cassia's. Their grip keeps me aloft and prevents me from fainting. Cassia's other hand links with Cairo's, and Cairo latches onto Thames. We form a circle around Roman, boxing him in. I can't die just yet. There's one more thing we have to do. I give of myself to return you from where you came. We chant together in unison. Cairo, Cassia, Thames, and I. Go and be judged. Roman's eyes widen. He screams. The sound is a ruthless, angry roar from his chest. Enraged that he's been defeated. A great glowing light shines from every pore of Roman's body. I shut my eyes to avoid going blind. Roman's scream only amplifies with intensity, and as I peek through my closed lids at the last second to witness what'll happen to him, he explodes into dozens of particles of light. Not even his spear is left behind. He's finished. I hoped I'd be the only one to die, as I was the only one who plunged the sword into his heart. But it's not to be. At Roman's disappearance, the four of us sink to the earth, boneless and weak. Thames, I whimper. I can't move. I'm still bleeding from my back. With the last of his strength, Thames reaches over and pulls me against him.
It's okay, Lena,
Thames murmurs. His eyes slowly close, like he's tired and is about to take a long nap. Thames, I whisper. Thames. He doesn't hear me. His body has already stilled, and the fire in him has gone cold. Thames' body is never cold, but now it is. His skin is chilly, and his movements still. He's already gone. A great tiredness cocoons itself around my body. Nearby, Cairo and Cassia are wrapped up in a tight embrace. Cairo bats his eyelids in a useless attempt to keep himself awake. His arms slacken as he fades, and Cassia falls. Her fingertips reach out to me. I brush them with my own. We did it, sis, I say. I wish it didn't have to be this way, but it's too late for regrets. We did, she smiles weakly. What do you think heaven will be like? I don't know, I say back hoarsely. But I don't want to go unless you guys are there with me. Cassia sighs. Her body curls up against Cairo's and stiffens. My breaths become shallow. I fade away as the sun rises over a new day. Light turns to darkness. My last thought is a prayer, pleading to the Almighty that Thames won't get sent to hell and that he'll be with me. I'm coming, Mom, I whisper. And that's all I have the strength left to say. June. July. August. Chapter 19. Faline.
Good morning, Lena.
I smile and turn over onto my side. Warmth from a blazing light envelops me and wraps me in its arms completely. I am so happy here, and so free. Thames lies across from me. His brown eyes are gorgeous enough to fall into. Forever. The white sheets twist around me. I tuck my head into his chest and happily take in his scent. The bed is warm and soft. Can I stay like this? I mumble. Thames laughs. He strokes my hair lightly.
I can't stay here. I have somewhere to be.
I don't want you to go. My legs twist in the blanket and wrap around his. I give him a light kiss on the lips. I miss these lips. I miss them every second they're not on mine.
You can come with me.
Something within me leaps. I brush my cheek against his scruffy jaw. Really?
Yes, if you want to.
I'd go anywhere if it was with you, I say. Thames threads his hands through my hair again and kisses my temple. I enjoy the gesture and the touch of his warm, tan skin. This is the life. Just him and me in our own little apartment. Yep, you heard that right. We survived. How? When we woke up, Thames tried to fire up, and couldn't. Cassia and Cairo's wings were gone, and so was their strength. Thames was a dumbass and cut his hand on a piece of glass as an experiment. When it didn't heal instantaneously, and he started cursing up a storm from how bad it hurt, we knew. We became mortal. Our immortality was sacrificed when we killed Roman. We were no longer Nephilim, and Thames wasn't a Cambion. We were just human, with normal human lifespans. Able to live normal human lives. We would no longer live forever, not on this earth. I was kind of messed up for a while after my dad died. I still have trouble reconciling myself to the fact that I killed him. Even after everything he did, he was still my dad. But Thames helped me through it. So did Cassia and Cairo. They've got their own place near Cairo's hometown, a cabin in the middle of nowhere that Isolde bought them. She and Clara made it out, along with Matthias. Lavon and her team were able to get to him before he bled out completely. His Nephilim blood, with its quick healing powers, were the only thing that saved his life. Matthias, Clara, and Isolde lived together in Isolde's large house, which isn't very far from Cass and Cairo's. I don't judge. Love is love, after all. Lavon and the Immortal Legion won the fight against the Perfect Order. After Roman died, and Cody wasn't around to enforce anything, the Order members didn't put up much of a fight. Most of them went back to their regular lives. A few, including some Nephilim, joined the Immortal Legion. Mala made Levon the new head of the Legion. Being leader keeps her busy, along with her new boyfriend. Personally, I don't want another thing to do with Nephilim, angels, or demons as long as I live.
Come on,
Thames says. He smacks my leg and gets out of bed.
I'll make breakfast.
You're rather proactive today, I groan, and I roll out of bed. Usually I'm the one who can't get you up.
Put something nice on,
Thames tells me.
We've got somewhere to be.
Oh, really? I ask. I become a little more awake. Where?
It's a surprise.
His eyebrows wiggle, teasing me, before he slips out. I take a shower, then dry my hair, and put on some makeup. I pick out a pretty maroon knit dress, a leather jacket, and knee-high tan boots that Thames bought me before I head to the kitchen. Thames lets out a low whistle when he sees me.
You look amazing, doll.
He shoves a plate of eggs and bacon in my hands.
Eat up. I want to make sure this day is perfect.
Sure, whatever. I scarf down the bacon in a very unfeminine way. What is he up to? I'm expecting us to take his new bike, but Thames grabs his truck instead. I let him drive and wonder where we're going as the cornfields and emerald trees go rolling by. I don't miss teleporting. To my surprise, Thames takes us to a college campus. It's beautiful here. Each building is made of brick, with winding pathways that wander through fairy tale wood. The campus is active. Students mill about in droves. It's way better than Great Lakes State. Thames parks. He takes my hand, and we walk around campus together. This is nice, I say suspiciously.
It's got a great anthropology program,
Thames hints, teasing me.
And their medical program is top-notch.
I say. Thames looks a little nervous. What is he trying to tell me?
I figure we could apply for next year,
he says.
We'll stay here until you finish up your degree and my residency comes up.
That's quite a long time, Mr. Deacon, I say.
I know it is.
He guides me in a different direction. There are multiple rows of tiny houses on the edge of campus, though none of them are the same. They're various colors, of different heights and sizes. Thames leads me to a little white one. He opens the picket fence and walks up the porch. He takes a tiny key out of his pocket.
Swiped it from the guy who showed me around.
He winks at me, then opens the door. Thames pushes the door open, and I step inside. My breath catches. The house is adorable. It's got a kitchen with brand new appliances and a living room that has a fireplace. It's so much bigger than our apartment, but cozy enough for 2 people to live comfortably. I venture to the stairs, and Thames follows. The master bedroom is furnished with a king-size bed, with enough closet space for Thames to buy me an outfit for every day of the year. I look out the window. It's got a gorgeous view of campus. This is brilliant. Why are you showing me this? I ask. I blow on the window and create a small patch of condensation. I draw a heart in the mist.
Well, this housing is only for students who are married couples.
My breath catches. I spin around. Thames is on one knee, holding a tiny black box in one hand. A silver diamond ring is in the center. The light from the window glints off it. I feel like I'm going to faint.
What do you say, doll?
Thames asks. His eyes shine.
Want to be my girl forever?
I wave my hands at my face to keep from crying. Yes! 1,000,000,000 bajillion times yes! Thames stands up. He wraps an arm around my shoulders and kisses me. Never with my wings did I ever fly so high. Put it on! Put it on! I squeal in excitement, dancing on my toes. Thames slips the ring over the 4th finger on my left hand. It's not too tight or too loose. Just right.
Thank God I got the right size.
He whooshes out a breath. He really was nervous. I would have loved it even if you didn't, I vow. I kiss him again.
Lena and Thames are intimate, and Lena enjoys the idea of sharing married life with Thames. She considers the prospect of having children with Thames, a son, and is excited for the future.
I'm happy. I'm happier than I've ever been. And even in the future, if I'm not, it won't matter. I'll still be with Thames. He'll be my wings to soar with for the rest of forever. Halloween's coming up, you know, I tell him playfully as I lie across his chest. I don't know what I should be this year.
How about a bride?
Thames murmurs as his lips drift across my neck. Weddings take time to plan, I scold. We can't just throw one together.
As far as I'm concerned, a justice of the peace and a crotch rocket with a few cans tied on the back is good enough for me.
Yeah, you would say that. I roll my eyes. I still want a sexy Halloween costume.
As long as you only wear it for me.
Depends. Are you dressing up with me?
Lena.
I giggle. I wrap my arms around him and say, I guess that's the end of our living in sin, huh? Though I gotta say, it's been pretty perfect so far.
Perfect endings are just perfect beginnings,
he says back. Thames weaves his fingers into mine and holds my hand tightly. He places both of them over his chest.
You hear that, Lena? That's my heart, and it beats for you.
I smile. I hear it, Thames. I hear it. And I do, because mine beats for him too. Truth be told, it always, always will.
Chapter 20. Cassia. The shore of the lake ripples softly over my feet and skims over my blue sundress. A soft northern Michigan breeze brushes my bare shoulders. The moon is overhead, full. It creates a glowing white light on the pines and the water. It's the same lake where Cairo gave me my angel necklace back in high school, the same one where he paddled me out on the lake, where the rain started falling. It's where he told me he loved me for the first time. It's nice to finally have things come full circle. Cairo is on the docks. He pulls the rowboat in for me. I get in, and he pushes it out into the water. He jumps inside and silently rows me to the middle of the lake. We used to do this all the time, but we haven't in so long. I asked him if we would tonight, and he said yes. He's never said no to me, I think, not since we got back. I feel like he should. He should be meaner to me, angrier, coarser. I broke his heart. No matter what the reason, even if it was to save his life, I still shattered it. He forgave me for it, truly forgave me. He hasn't held a single thing I said that night, or did afterward, against me. I have to learn to forgive myself. He really does love me. It's an amazing thing that I struggle to understand, but hope I will, someday. Cairo stops rowing when we get to the middle of the lake. He pulls the oars inside and takes my hands softly in his. It's like he can't help but to touch me whenever I'm near.
You like coming out here,
he says. I nod. It's the only place where it's just us, you know? The boat slowly spins upon the water. Cairo nudges his knees against mine.
I get it. We can be honest out here.
Yes. I run my thumbs over the backs of his hands. But you're the only person who's seen everything, Cairo. I can bare myself to you and not be afraid. I draw myself up. I've never been scared of showing who I really am to you, from the moment we first met.
I was scared to show you, at first,
Cairo admits.
But then, you changed me, Cassia. Fear doesn't exist when you're with me.
I've forgotten what life was like before Cairo. Miserable, probably. I don't remember true sadness or deep pain. I've even forgotten Eric, something I thought would never happen. You're my guardian angel, you know that? I say softly. You have been from the start, and you always will be. He gives me a lopsided grin.
No, Cassia. As far as guardian angels go, you've always been mine. You set me free from all those things that were holding me back before.
He breaks off from my gaze, looks across the lake, and says,
Do you miss anything about being a Nephilim?
I miss flying. I sigh. But everything else?
No, I don't miss it at all. Cairo stares at the water. I was a Nephilim my whole life. I don't know who I am without it. It's kind of hard to find my way now.
That's not true, Cairo. I gently turn his head toward me. You're still the same person. You're kind and faithful and full of love. I sit back. A lot of guys wouldn't have taken me back after what I did.
If it takes my entire lifetime, I'm going to convince you otherwise.
Cairo shoots forward. He grips my forearms tightly.
You did that to save me. You wanted to give up your life for mine. That's the most powerful love there is.
I grimace. Well, you can't say that I'm not committed.
Cairo tilts his head. And I'm not?
No, Cairo. I lean forward. My forehead meets his. You are. You believed in me when I had given up on myself. The way I was before, there was no coming back from that. Until you.
Please don't start crying, he says heavily. I don't want you to cry ever again, unless they're happy tears. I want your world to be so bright.
I'm not, I say, though I quickly wipe a tear away. I sit up and say, by the way, I wanted to tell you that I'm taking some time off from flight school.
What?
Cairo rears back.
Why? You love flying. Cassia, you can't take time off. You're already behind. If this has got something to do with finances, I'll take time off for a while and work.
I put a finger to his lips. This isn't about that. We have more than enough money from Isolde and your mom to keep us going for a while. I take a deep breath. For all three of us. Cairo's eyes widen. He takes several deep breaths.
You're...
Yes, Cairo, I say. Now I can't stop the tears from coming. I'm pregnant. Cairo stares. Then he breaks out into a combination of laughter and tears. He runs a hand through his hair and says,
This is for real? You're having a baby? I'm going to be a dad?
Hey, don't tip over the boat, I say, and I lash out to grip the sides. It rocks back and forth with Cairo's movement.
Sorry.
He settles, but still bounces in his seat.
When did you find out?
Just the other day. I wasn't certain until a few hours ago, though I've suspected for a couple weeks, I say. The words come rushing out. Cairo, do you want this baby? I know we didn't plan for it.
Want it? Of course I do.
He lunges forward. Cairo hugs me so tightly, it brings even more tears to my eyes.
I've always wanted to start a family, and by God, Cassia, now you're giving it to me.
Cairo suddenly lets me go. His expression clears then. He starts laughing harder than I've ever seen him laugh. I'm half convinced my boyfriend is losing his mind. What's so funny? I ask, perplexed.
Thames. He'll never let me live it down that I had a kid out of wedlock after I gave him hell for so long about dating.
He snorts. I let out a tiny giggle. Yeah, I guess he's gonna be full of himself when you tell him the news. Cairo's phone goes off. He picks it up and opens a text message. His smile only broadens.
Looks like Thames is a soon-to-be-married man,
he says, showing me the photo. She said yes! I lean over and look at the photo. Sure enough, there's a selfie of Thames and my sister. Lena's got her hand up to show a sparkling diamond ring on her finger.
Poor Lena. She agreed to marry my brother.
Cairo snickers. Cut it out, I say, and I smack Cairo across the chest. If anyone can handle Thames, it's Lena.
A wedding and a baby. Looks like we'll have a lot to deal with.
Cairo's eyes glance down at my stomach. They stay there for a moment, like he's trying to imagine the baby growing there.
Do you know the sex yet? I don't know anything about babies.
It's too early to tell, I say, but I just have a feeling that it's a girl. I don't know why.
A girl,
He marvels.
I hope you don't mind, but I always kind of liked the name Cindy.
He shrugs.
Just a suggestion.
A smile forms on my lips. Cynthia was my first pick, actually.
Cynthia, it's perfect.
Cairo kisses me on the forehead.
Thank you so much, Cassia. You've seriously made my life complete. Now I can finish up police academy before the baby comes, and I'll provide for you, and you two won't have to worry about a thing.
Hold on, family man. I laugh. I still have dreams too, you know.
Of course you do.
Cairo's face softens.
And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure those dreams come true. Every last one of them.
Cairo kisses me. He goes on and on about baby plans. I listen to him, but don't comment. I don't want to steal his thunder in a moment like this. He's so excited. More than I thought he'd be. Having a baby is a big step. A scary step. One that he and I can't turn back from. I'm not afraid. Living without Cairo, that's scary. Giving birth, raising a kid, it doesn't intimidate me. I know our child will grow up surrounded by love, will be safe and cherished from the moment she comes out of my womb until Cairo and I's last breath. I can handle being a parent. I want to give my baby everything I never had and everything I desperately longed for my entire life. But I can't handle heaven or earth without my guardian angel. From the moment I saw Cairo, I knew that I never wanted anything but him. With him at my side, I can face anything. And that's the honest truth. The end. Thank you for listening to the Angels and Demons series. You can find more books from Megan Linsky by going to www.meganlinsky.com. This concludes Truth by Megan Linsky, narrated by Candace Joyce and Maria Posey. Copyright 2017 by Megan Linsky. Production copyright 2021 by Megan Linsky.